Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good evening. Hello, hello, hello. Hi. I missed everyone. How is everyone today? How is everyone today? Yeah. Hold on. Let me check chat. Miss was the first. Whoa, that is big. Hi, Miss. Hi, General. I'm glad you clicked that notification. I'm
What
glad
is
you're
good,
here.
Nacho Breezy?
Yeah. Oh, is that the Glooner? You're gonna finish HSR story? Okay. Good luck with the HSR grind. Kirby, no. Stop. 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 Kirby, stop. I'm sure that's Shadow. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Hi, Shadow. Oh, it's a Munch. Munch was here. Hi, Munch. Hello, General. Hello, Shadow. Okay, let me do my skincare real quick. I'm just like, yeah. I just finished showering, so I'm like fresh out of the oven. No, I'm fresh out of the. Yes. ASMR type shit. That was a moisturizer, by the way. It's not anything. Yeah. Yeah. Well, uh, gotta keep my skin very hydrated and yes. How is everyone today? Hmm? So, it's gonna be probably a quick stream. We'll probably do a little bit of yes. We're gonna do a little bit of Slay the Princess. Hopefully we'll be able to finish it today. If not, then we'll continue it the next time because we have karaoke time today. We are gonna sing. We are gonna sing a lot. Toilet water shot. What the fuck? Shadow, ew, disgusting. Why would you say that? Ew. Who would do that? Oh, I know who would do a toilet water shower. Zara will do that. You're questioning yourself why you're still awake at 12:30. Oh my god. General, yeah, why are you awake at 12:30 a.m.? It's okay though. I mean, if you can't sleep, you can't sleep. But if you need to sleep, please do sleep. Yeah. You don't know? Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. That is all fine. That is all good. Yeah. No, nothing bad about it. I mean, it's a weekend, right? It's the weekend. It's the weekend. You can just like, chill and stay up a little bit longer. Knew that was coming. Oh, fuck you, Shadow. So yeah, today is a singing day. Um and aside from singing, of course, we're gonna play some Slay the Princess beforehand just to ready up my voice because I just woke up like 2 hours ago. No. An hour and a half ago. Yeah, I woke up an hour and a half ago, and I was supposed to do a karaoke, not karaoke. I was supposed to do a movie night for the Discord, and I overslept again. Fuck me, man. I usually stay up till like 1 in the middle of the night every day. Oh, you're almost there. You're almost there, General. Just 30 more minutes. That is fine. That's fine. Copium. We're just gonna chill today and yeah, have fun. Have a little bit of like here and there chatting. And yes, we'll yes. Okay. Let me do my usual stream stuff. Did I? Oh, I haven't posted yet on my Twitter. Uh, oh my god. Okay, what uh where's my post? I'll just reply there that I'm live already. Okay, let me QRT that shit. Uh okay, this and then I alright. No, but no. Why? No matter why. And then it stop. Hi, coffee. Good morning. Okay. Trying to find free games on Steam. Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot of free games on Steam that are good. Yeah. Hi, coffee. Good morning. Did you sleep? Were you able to sleep? My nap earlier turned into 8 hours of sleep. What? Why are you biting me immediate? Damn. Damn. What did I do to you? Anyway, let me take a picture real quick. Let me take a picture real quick for Twitter post. And one, two, three, smile. There you go. I look stupid, but I mean, it's just for a post. I mean, all right, it's posted now on Twitter. Should post it real quick on Blue Sky. Oh, I don't know if anyone's following me on Blue Sky. Honestly, who uses Blue Sky still? But I mean, yeah, it's kind of like Twitter, so I'm gonna use it, I guess. No one follows me there, so I mean, I mean, yeah. Glue that nonsense on. Glue everyone, breathe, no beef. Damn, he gambled it all. Damn. Coffee, did you listen to it? How was it? How was it? How was it? Yeah. Oh, and today is a karaoke day, but that will be after I yap a little bit. I want to wake up my voice a little bit more. So we're gonna yap. We're gonna like yap while reading lines in Slay the Princess, and then we will do singing time. Yes, yes, yes. I'm also gonna be waiting for my mom, so I believe when she comes by, that's when I go BRB for like 10 minutes or so, and come back to sing. Yeah, yeah. I believe that's a good one. Yeah. All right. All right. Hmm. So, let's launch the game. Let's head to the game already. Wait, let me set game. Forgot. All right. We set the game to slay the princess. Heading to the gaming scene. Okay, it's launching now. I believe we have unlocked 4 already. 4 of the princess fragments. And they said there's 1 remaining as of last time. Hold on, let me shush the yes. Okay, there you go. So they said there's 1 more remaining for the princess. Yes. And then we're gonna go and see what happens next after that. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. So, slay the princess. Yes. This is a love story. It's a love story, they say. So, we'll see, we'll see. We are back to slay the princess. Is everyone ready? Everyone ready? Is everyone ready? we're gonna unlock the mysteries and the secrets of the princess. What is happening? We don't know. Yes. Hold on. Let me set my status on the Discord. This, and then I do a streamer mode. Sorry, I had to do that. Right? Okay. Oh my god, it's Cuckoo! Hi, Cuckoo! How are you today? How is the Cuckoo today? Good morning, good evening. Good evening, Cuckoo. Doing good? How is the weekend for you? Are you chilling? Are we good? Like chill good? Like yeah? Having fun? Just chilling? Oh. Fancy. Yeah. All right. Let's continue with the game. Load game.
You're
This
here
one.
to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
All right. So this is chapter 1 for the 5th run. 5th run, okay? So we have explored most of the options already here for the explore option. I'm trying to check which ones we haven't tried yet. The end of the world we're talking about, I already did this one. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? We've already done this one too. Killing a princess is kind of bad though, doesn't it? Yeah. Then someone else do this. Oh, I already did this. Forget it. I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for this? Sweet! I've always wanted to have a monarch. Viva la revolution!
The spirit.
Yeah, we're gonna chill today.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, we just proceed to the cabin. There's no other options now. Okay, what does it look like?
The interior
It's
of the cabin
normal.
is almost entirely bare. The blade is your implement.
Let's not take the blade this time.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Oh my god!
It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
She has a good voice.
Don't
I
let
like
it fool you.
that voice
It's all
this
part of the
time.
manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
So who are we gonna unlock this time? We did high last time. We did this one, I think. Let's say I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Yes, yes, I'm here. My
You
princess.
walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She's so
There's a heavy chain
beautiful.
around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
We'll let her free.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Yeah? I'll see what I can do. Examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
Cuckoo! No, why you eating the pieces? No,
You're doing the
Cuckoo!
right
Cuckoo! Bad! Why?
You walk up to the
Why?
chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
See?
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas? I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key is still lying around somewhere up there. If not, maybe I can at least find something to break it free. Okay, let's do this one.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding.
Oh,
into
this
place.
motherfucker!
Is someone else here?
Hey, let me out of here. Try the door. Let's try the
You
door.
try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Damn.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Well, I left the implement outside. Okay, fine.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Yeah?
Easier for whom? Easier
Yeah.
for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
Huh.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Oh no.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
Which is beautiful.
If we could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
How did
She
you
barely
know?
hesitates
What?
before
Ew!
raising her arm to her
What
mouth,
the
her
fuck?
teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Ew!
As she
No!
rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how
The
it made its way
fuck?
down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Oh
Or
my
we could
god.
use it to
Kirby,
free
no.
her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
How the fuck did it, like, huh? Let's save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Damn, she just yoinks it out. Crazy.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
Ugh.
No, she didn't.
Ugh.
She smiles softly.
What
as
the
her
fuck? She's
gaze
just
meets yours,
smiling. What the
blood
fuck?
from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything?
Yeah.
It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Okay.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her
Oh my
escape
god,
into the world.
narrator. Fuck
As the
you.
princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait,
No.
this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Yeah.
Watch me.
No.
What are you doing?
No. Warn her. Let's warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Nice one, princess.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
No, it's not me, Coco. It was the narrator. Let's warn her. Let's resist.
The blade.
Resist.
Move the
Resist.
blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She
Yes.
plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony.
Oh my
You aren't dead
god.
yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
Ew.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Ow, why,
know how to use it,
princess,
does she?
why? Owie.
Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter
Owie.
how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
Hi, Zara.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, I will sing later.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Okay, we're in chapter 2 now. Also, thank you for the hydrated such a deem, JD.
At the end of that cave is a cabin.
It's stretchy.
And in the basement of that cabin,
White
is a
applause,
princess.
Cuckoo.
You're here to slay her. If you don't...
No.
it
No,
will
Sniffer.
end the
Okay, I'm stretching my legs right now. Thank you, though. Thank you, JD. How are you today, Demon Voice Band? Oh, bunny? Okay, okay. I give bunny ears. Okay. Oh, no, wrong one. Is it this one? This one. Okay, bunny ears. Hello. And hello. Hi, Jessica. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hi, Cosmic. Big floppy ears. Yes, it's a big floppy bunny ears. Doing good wife. Just realized not slept in 24 hours. And came to watch. Aww, why you haven't slept yet, JD? You should sleep. Yeah, how are we gonna play later? Go get some Eepers. Go get some Eepers. I heard you had a fun time with Shield last night. Was it? So I hope you're not having a hangover right now. Hi, thank you for playing Slave Prince. Oh, thank you as well for coming by while I'm playing it. I'm actually I think this is the later part of the story because as of last run, the one from the void said that I only have to retrieve just one more part of the princess, and then we're done with her. I don't know what happens after that though. So yeah, this is my first time playing the game, and I hope no spoilers, please. I like this game. That's why I'm here to sleep, and maybe I wake up. Why? Okay, I mean, if my voice could help you sleep, that would be good. But please do get some sleep. I hope I wake you up with a good song later when you wake up. Yeah, I will be singing later after playing Slay the Princess. We will be doing a karaoke moment. Yes. Ouch! One more, but is first playthrough. Yeah. I'm done with the 4th run as of last stream. So this is the 5th run. And I'm on chapter 2. So yeah. So every run is like one princess fragment, I believe, that we're bringing to the void. So I already brought 4 already. So one is like a blade, like a full blade of a princess. The other is like like amalgamation of 5 princesses in one. The other, I don't remember much anymore because it's like since January since I last played the game. But I believe I brought her 2 more. Yeah, but we'll see because like as of last time the princess said last run I brought her the demon version, the demon with the big bulk body. Yeah, I hope this run we get a good one. Yeah, and then we're finally gonna be able to deal it with the person in the with the princess in the void. No spoilers or backseat ever unless specific ask. Yes. For your eyes only from here. Best of luck. We can chat after end credits. Pristine cut. Yeah, this is a pristine cut, by the way. This is the pristine cut version. I'll check if there's more after that. I'm just excited what happens to this story. But thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. Until he died, yellow, no, I'll get no any hangovers. Oh my god, you have high alcohol tolerance, Shady. Wow. I'm a low drinker. I'm a light drinker. I mean, I'm a light drinker. So yeah. I'm perfect. That said, you ever seen Scarlet Hallow? What? Is that a game? I'm sorry. I don't think so. That's new to me. All right. Let's head into the game. So we're on chapter 2. I believe because we tried to save the princess, we're gonna get something that is like pro princess. The voice that is pro princess this time. Okay. We did this one already. This one, no. But I died. What I'm doing here. This one, I explored this one already. Oh, you bastard, you're in for it. Now I'm wise to your tricks. Oh my god. What if we say okay, no?
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Yeah.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
Four of us?
Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Yeah?
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Okay. Let me check. Chat. Both Save the Princess and Scarlet Hallow were hand-drawn by the same artist, Miss Abby. Oh, this is the first time I've heard of this. Now I'm interested. Hand-drawn, never any AI art, which I love and respect. Yes, we must support all the artists. I believe in you on that. I support you on that. Any artists, we should support. No AI, please. Support the artists. Yes. I agree. Okay. Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did already happen. Why do you think I should listen to? Why should I bother doing anything? I already did this one. So what about we proceed to the cabin and then we will save the princess.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie. She will... We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
What is it?
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
Yeah?
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Oh my god, it's Marcy. Hi, Marcy. Good evening. How is Marcy today? How is the Morsi? Is Morsi okay today? Well, let me lurk to my friends real quick. Okay. Hi, Fizzy! Oh my god, it's the Fizz! A rare Fizz arrived. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I actually just woke up like 3 hours ago. Or 2. No, 3. No. 2. 2 hours ago. Yeah. Hi, I've been busy. Oh my god. Fizzy being a busy guy. What are you being busy at, huh? Are you having a J asterisk B? You've been busy with a J asterisk B. Oh my god, no! No! Fuck! No! And some of it stuff too. Oh man. Yeah, I see you gaming from time to time though. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay, Fizz. It's okay. We understand. You just hate us. No, just kidding. Okay, let me continue the game. So let's proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is clean and
Ooh,
elegant.
it looks
Its stone
beautiful.
walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Let's approach the mirror as usual.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Really, I never see you
This
online.
isn't a wall. It's a mirror.
Yeah,
Or at least
I'm
it'll
kind
be a
of
mirror once you
usually
wipe off that layer
hiding
of
in
grime.
Steam, but I'm always online. Yeah. I should update Battlefield so we can play again. Yes, it's season 3 already. Let's play. Let's play Battlefield. One day. Damn, even when Beast is still third. Damn. Yeah, wait. Did you even gamble? I think you gambled. That's why you're on the third, huh? Okay. Let's start. Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
A feather out of place. Okay, let's take the blade so
You take the blade from the table. It would be
we can
difficult
free
to
her
slay the
in
princess
case.
and save the world without a weapon. I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword.
Equally dashing sword.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge, and hopefully it doesn't get turned on us again. There's no use arguing
Again?
over motivations right now. It's good that
Yeah.
you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job.
I'll update him when I get home. I never gamble. I barely even do check-ins. Damn, Fizzy. Nice though. That's nice. You've been lurking most times, yeah. I understand that. But that's okay. I appreciate the lurkers. Speaking of random things, when is your birthday? My birthday is on the June of the 27th. Also, I will be hosting a birthday donathon. Yes, I will be hosting a birthday donathon on my birthday. It will start on my birthday itself, but that's gonna be like June 26th on most times, on most of everyone's. So it's June 26th EST, probably in the evening or afternoon of everyone. But on my end, we're gonna celebrate it at the start of my birthday, yeah? On the 27th in my time. Yes. And I will be debuting my 2.0 model. Yeah, I will be debuting my 2.0 model. If you don't know yet, I have a silhouette here of my 2.0 model. So, wait, let me just show it to you. Okay. This is the model silhouette if you haven't seen it yet. So, this one will be, this will be debuted on my birthday, and we will be hosting a donathon. And the aim of the donathon is to pay for the home electrical rewiring debt that I have and the PC debt that I have, because I bought the PC that I'm using for streaming right now and gaming right now, to using my credit card. So I maxed out my credit card because of it. And the home rewiring that I had an issue last March, I still haven't paid for it fully, and my current salary cannot pay for it any, like it's hard to pay for it with my current salary right now. So yeah, that's why I'm gonna be hosting a donathon for the second time this year to pay for those, and hopefully it should be able to free me from the debt that I yeah. 27th long hair. Yes, I've seen this before. Fizzy shush. It's beautiful. I tell you, she's beautiful. She's beautiful. And the one you saw before, Fizz, it's more beautiful. It's more beautiful today. I improved her yesterday. I was like modifying this model and texturizing it for like 12 hours. And it's still not yet done. I haven't gone into the toggles yet. I have to modify and customize the toggles too. Yeah. Happy early birthday. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. You got this? Thank you. A cutie just like it. God damn. W Riz, Fizz. You lost your streak. Oh, man. Yeah. Yesterday I streamed. You weren't there, so you probably missed that. It's okay. You can build it up again. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. Okay, let's continue. Let me just get the model silhouette here. Okay, let's continue. Let's enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-toned
Nice.
carpet glimmers in the light of the torches
Fancy.
positioned along the walls. The basement
Looks
almost
fancy.
seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But
Yeah.
it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Yeah.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Oh my god, her
Her
voice
voice.
is better!
It's somehow even more beautiful than last time.
He's like,
I can
hello?
hear wedding bells.
Is someone
already.
there?
Velma Tintin, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
No, I don't care.
You walk down the stairs
Oh my
and
god,
lock
she's
eyes
so
with the princess.
beautiful!
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
And she's sitting so beautiful too.
We're
My
here to rescue
love.
you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
Foul
You know she
imprisonment.
can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you,
Yeah.
my dashing hero. I
My
was so
dashing
worried you
hero.
wouldn't come back.
My
She
princess,
said
I'm
we're
here.
dashing. And
We're
she called us a
dashing.
hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence.
Incontrovertible. What the fuck?
That's right, villain, and you killed us.
Yeah, you villain, you killed
Well,
us.
she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
Unstained by
died before.
cruelty.
So the entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you.
Incomprehensible.
Horrible.
The narrator is a stinker, but hear him out. Yeah, maybe, but I'm a simp today. Wait, hold on. Let me check the other chats. I was working as usual. Aw, man. Absolutely, and happy early birthday. Thank you, Jessica. Like, looking forward to it. Yes, please. I would appreciate you would be there. I would be happy that if there's someone to be there for my debut and birthday. Yeah. 79k points, getting closer to 100k. Ooh, wait, Fizz. Wait, what are you goaling for? Are you goaling for VIP? Wait, huh? My birthday was wonderful, but I hope yours is even better. Oh, that's so sweet. Aw. But I'm glad. When was your birthday, Jessica? Belated happy birthday. I hope it was just recently so we could like celebrate it, yeah? Schizo? You're not schizo. Pretty low, yeah. It should be higher. We'll see. PP is a PP. Fizzy, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Narrator is a stinker, but hear him out. I must simp every day. Well, honestly, yeah, true. For any princess, I will simp. But this is my first time simping. The other runs, I believe I didn't do this. Did I? I don't remember. Understood. Yeah, I'll be there 100%. Honestly, I just like being rich in points, but I do like the VIP badge. Yeah. Go for it. Right? You could be. Thank you, Jessica. All right, let's continue. You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that? Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that last time. What happened after I died? I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there? I'm sorry about what that happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair. Let's explain first to the princess.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Aww.
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect.
She's
You
perfect.
think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Yeah. Okay. Let's ask if she end the world after she killed us.
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
No, please, no.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips. Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
Honestly, the world sucks. People are plague, and I hope you brought a slow and painful romance to all of them. What? No, I don't want the world to end. I have no feelings one way or another. So one is against the world ending, one is neutral, and one is like pro. Let's just say no. We don't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
Yeah.
See, she didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself. Not so sure.
Okay. Let's ask her what happened after we died.
You died, and now we're talking.
What? You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we?
No.
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone. She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Wait, let me check. Already put my notes. Birthday's 27. Yes! Thank you, Fizz. I'll be there. Thank you, Fizz. But my birthday was earlier in May. I suppose it means I'm a zodiac Taurus, but I kind of love it. Oh, I see. Okay, let's wait for everyone. I will wait for everyone while the ads are playing. I gotta go back to work. Bye-bye. Okay. Bye, Viz. Good luck with work. Still our princess and ad break season. Okay. Let's wait for everyone. Pizza ads. Oh. Oh, I feel you. I want some pizza right now. But not for insurance. Crazy. Ad break's done! Welcome back! Hi! Welcome back! Is everyone back from the break? I was waiting for everyone. Okay, let me go back to the chat real quick again so you hear what I said. So, thank you, Fizzy, for noting my birthday. Yes, I hope to see you there. And good luck with work. Good luck with work. Bye-bye. For Jessica, oh, it was just recently. Oh, happy birthday, belated happy birthday. And you're a Taurus. Oh my god, I'm very compatible with Taurus because I'm a Cancer. Yeah. But I kind of love it. Yeah, we could vibe, we could be besties and stuff. Yeah. Princess and ad. Yeah. Pizza and ads. Oh my god. Yeah. So everyone is
Conclude.
back. Yeah, welcome back, Jessica. I hope the pizza ad didn't make you buy pizza. Must control the urge. But yeah, welcome back, welcome back. Okay, let's continue the game. So let's ask if we need to cut her out again.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't
Aww.
be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird? She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Slayer. Rescue
No,
the princess.
I can't
Let's
let you do that. If you take
go.
another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? Yes.
Oh, you
Not on my watch, villain. My
Villain.
passions contain titanic depths. And
Titanic
if you try
depths.
anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't.
You
I
would.
would.
I
I'd
would.
listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
Aw,
Approach
she's
the
so
princess
beautiful.
and gingerly slide
Look
her
at
hand
the
from her
eyes. Oh,
shouldn't have
can I
worked.
kiss the princess? Can I
I'll be
kiss the
damned.
princess like
We're doomed. I can't believe it. I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you.
Oh, she's so beautiful. Ah, ah.
Princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful
Ah,
embrace.
she hugs us, yes!
Are you sure
can I-
you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her
Hold
back.
on. Yes,
Everyone
yes,
out
yes.
there is
I'm
saved.
I love this.
Is that a threat?
Mm.
You know
I love
what
this.
we'll do if you
It's so
try.
comfy. It's so smooth.
We're going to regret
It's so
this.
soft. Oh, she's so beautiful.
No.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I was enjoying the embrace you gave me. I was enjoying, you know, and yeah. She's so beautiful. Princess. Okay, let me go back to chat. No, I can't afford pizza today. Maybe tomorrow we shall see. Aww. Oh, man, I want pizza too. Why am I broke? Narrator, stinker. Yeah, the narrator is a stinker. Needs a bird bath. Oh, yeah. Probably, yeah. I can't say more as I know what happens. Have fun. No foreshadowing. This is a love story. Yeah. At the start of the game, like whenever you launch it, it says this is a love story. So we'll see. I hope I chose the right one because I chose the the smitten for the last, like simping on the last run. All I did on the other runs was like doubt or go run away or fight her immediately. So this time, we will be simming. Yes. So what do we do now? What do you want to do? Let's explore that.
Let me guess. End the world?
No.
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world?
Yeah.
so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think
Please
I want
enjoy
to
Wink.
And I think
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Oh my god. Okay, I want you to tell me what you want. There must be something you want. Do you want to end the world? I just want to leave. We can figure out the rest later. If you want to leave, then let's leave. Something isn't right. I'm sorry. No, we're not slaying the princess. Let's ask her to tell us what she wants.
I just want to make you happy.
Aww. She's
She
a
can't
beautiful
just want to
doll.
make us happy.
That's a
Makes
girl.
sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
What? Okay, but what would make you happy? Oh, this is a new option. You have to want something more than just making me happy. But you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your... Why is the sound distorting? What the fuck? Why is the sound distorting? What the... Huh? I want you to make me unhappy. Do you want to end the world? Well, what would make you
I just want to
happy?
make you happy.
Why is her eyes growing?
Broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
Her eyes are growing a little more, and then like the background growing like darker. But you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
What the fuck? What the fuck
This
happened
isn't
to her?
right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right.
Yeah, what the fuck happened to
I
her?
fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
Okay, clearly something is happening here, and I'm very scared. What if we just don't do anything? What if we just stay here, nobody gets hurt, and we just figure out a way to be happy together? There must be something you want. You have to want something more than just making me happy. I want you to make me unhappy. Do you want to end the world? This isn't right. Let's just get out of here. You know what? Let's tell her to just get out of here.
That sounds perfect.
Oh!
Oh, phew. She's back to normal.
Normal? What are you talking about? Our angel is always
She went
been
back.
like
What the
this.
fuck?
Absolutely flawless.
What? What?
As the princess takes your hand in hers, you let your blade tumble uselessly to the floor, and with it tumbles the last hope for the entire world.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you do, actually.
She's beautiful though.
Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening.
I wanted
You
to
don't have to
explore
mope
more,
about
but
it.
I'm afraid because of like the music and the art suddenly
About
going
it, 'cause moping is
bad.
the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You
Uh-huh.
and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling
Oh
at
fuck
you.
you, narrator!
You
You're
don't have to be so happy
you're
about
just
this. And
jealous.
What happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move.
he did that
do
to
that
us
last
last
time.
chapter.
Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Of course, you wouldn't understand. Our
Your mom's
passions run
car.
deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Yeah? Do you think you can open it? I think we can open it if we try together. I think I've got this. Open the door by yourself. Let's try this. Let's be a gentleman, you know. Before I select the option, let me go back to chat real quick. Can't help. You got this. Best to see blind. Yeah. I'm doing a blind run. We're losing budget. Yeah, earlier. It's age-old question. What would you like for dinner? Oh, yeah. Like women. Yeah. Oh, what do you want to eat? And then she's gonna be like, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. I want pizza. There we go. Pizza with a princess. Yes. We're gonna get pizza. I'd say save, reload, but never on your first playthrough. Sorry, you're locked in. No, it's okay, Jessica. Honestly, that's a good idea. I haven't saved yet. Wait, let me save. Okay, save. Okay. But I don't wanna like, yeah, honestly, yeah. Let's see how it goes though for this one. Hi Zoinks! How are you? Good evening! How was your weekend so far, nephew? After credits? Yeah. Okay, let's check this option and try to open the door by ourselves.
Okay, yeah, you've got this.
I got this!
Place your hand on the door. And
And...
the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
Yes!
I knew it. Your words are no match for the pure strength of our hearts, bound together as one.
Yeah!
When the princess make your way upstairs, her freedom and the world's ruin are just a few moments away. If you don't mind, I'm going to fix myself a drink before you ruin everything. If I'm about to see the end of the world, I'd rather not see it sober.
Damn, he's gonna get drunk?
You know, if her walking out that door is really going to end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone. That's not how this works. Yes, what he said. That's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her. It's our happy ending.
We have to leave with her. All we need to be happy is each other. What if we just stayed here and built a life together? Stop it with these interruptions. I already made up my mind. We're leaving. I'm curious. Hold on. Can I do a save and then reload? I just want to see how it goes. But okay, what if we check this and then after that I will reload and then do the other option. I'm drained today after was working in 90 degree. Oh my god, good job today, Zoinks. I'm so proud of you. Please do hydrate, okay?
What a romantic suggestion. You're right. We don't need
Why
the
why
world.
her
All
expression
we
changed?
need
What?
is each other.
That's exactly what I just suggested. Was it not romantic when I suggested it?
Did you suggest that? I wasn't listening.
You answered me.
But the door's right there. We can just leave.
Wait. Why would she say that? Was she not wooed by our proclamation of love?
Are we not enough for her?
No
Not
way.
wooed by you because staying here and building a life together isn't a solution. It isn't anything. It's a non-answer. It can't be done.
Your nonchalance about the fate of the world has me a bit worried. That's why I want to stay here. Trust me, it'll be better for both of us if we stay. We can be happy. We just have one night. You're right, we're leaving. This one?
But we would have to be here forever. I don't know you.
Damn! What?
This is really what you want, though, isn't it?
Her eyes dart uncomfortably to the corners of the room.
I guess we could do that.
She doesn't seem happy about this. But she
Yeah.
can't be unhappy about staying with us. Can she? I don't know. She has a point. She doesn't know us.
Uwu?
No. It has to be him. It has to be this place. If we just made these walls more fitting for a princess, if we just say the right things, if we just showed her the contents of our heart, she'd be happy here.
What the fuck is with this
As the
mitten
voice
guy?
thinks its thought, your hands raise, fingers pointing towards your chest, and then... What?
What?
No, you absolutely do not do that. Oh, but I do. What? What is he doing? We can't see unless you tell us. Are you sure you want to know?
Oh, are we killing
I suppose I can't
ourselves?
stall forever. You plunge your nails into your chest, digging deep, grasping for a handhold. And you find it,
What?
your fingers curling around your ribs.
Oh no, what are you doing? Are you okay? You can't do that and be okay.
Time out. He should not be allowed to do that. He's not the decider.
Yeah.
And yet, it's done, isn't it?
Damn. What the fuck?
You yank violently, your bones cracking with wet pops as you pull yourself apart inch by painful inch. Your exposed heart,
What the
framed by
fuck?
jagged ribs, thumps rhythmically in your raw, bloodied chest. The loosened threads of your body unfurling to cover the surface of the room. Don't mind my sacrifice. It's a fair price to pay to give her everything she doesn't know she wants.
Oh, I see. You're trying to tell me something. It's beautiful.
No way.
Princess, mesmerized, reaches towards your beating heart and then...
Is she yoinks
Thing
it
goes
up?
dark and we die? Yes.
What? Epilogue? Happily ever after?
You're on a path in the woods. Mate, we're clearly already in the cabin.
Mate, we're already in the cabin.
Huh, so you are. How do you know about the cabin? I didn't get to the cabin part of my opening monologue yet. We've been here before. Well, not here, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You knew about the loop-in last time. Now, he's clearly disorientated.
Opportunist.
I'm sure all this new info is going to come as quite a shock to him. Best if we're gentle. And right on cue, here's the new guy. Welcome!
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just happy to be here. Okay, yes, I get it. You've been here before. That's terrible. You know that, right? Because the only reason you would have been here before is if you failed in whatever world you'd come from. Meaning you doomed an entire other reality. But I'm sure since you're so well-travelled, you know that, yes? Well, we know that now, thanks to you. We're all so lucky to be stuck with, working with someone so well-informed. You can count on us to do things right from here on out. I'm going to describe the room now. The interior of the cabin is vast and regal. High arched windows line the walls, their multicolored glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the stone floor. An iron chandelier hangs from the vaulted ceiling, its many candles lit with flickering light, vaguely illuminating the massive room. This is a house fit for royalty. Before you, there isn't a blade, is there? That's not good.
There's a blade. Yeah. Okay. We will go back here. Hold on. Let me check chat first. Oh, it's Claw. It's the end of the Claw Halloween. The Halloween. How is the Claw today? Yes, still, still having fun with Snibble being top 2. Yes, yes. The only thing that made me this day good is I'm eating tacos for Dindin and I got my package. Woo, what package is that, Zoinks? And also tacos? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is a good one. I'd say yes and oh my god, we doing this? Oh my god, first time blind, prepare for yourself. Oh my god. Yeah. Please proceed. Yeah, save reload later. Whatever you choose, please see it through to the end. Yes, of course, we're gonna see it through to the end. Smitten is 50-50 on community. Some love him, some hate him. Yeah, right now I hate Smitten because he killed us. God damn. He's like very yandere type shit. Also, Kuko is surprised us. I heard it earlier. In this case, just Monica. Oh yeah, Monica. Classic. Everything goes bright and we leave. I'd say we please enjoy except Smitty. He hurt us, yes. I posted a pic of my new Ellen Joe plush. Oh yeah, the plushie. I remember you said you ordered that one. Oh, it arrived. That's nice. Yeah, I'll check on that later. Yeah. I like Contrarian as best voice. Yeah, oh yeah, I got Contrarian before. It's a good one. Opportunist very like me sometimes. I know it's all you Jonathan Sims, but dang. Him and Miss Goodnight Bravo. Wait, what? Oh, are those a VA? I see, yeah. Okay, I think I catched up on chat. Okay, let's see. So the options are... Does it matter if the blade's here? We didn't use it last time and the time before that she used it to kill us. Hey, where's the voice of the Smitten? He was here last time and it's not like him to be this quiet. Oh yeah! He's gone! So none of you are going to talk about the mirror? So let's ask for the Smitten first.
Yeah.
He's
He
gone.
was a bit of a loud one, wasn't he? Is he okay?
Did he die?
We're better off without him, if you ask me. One less opinion we have to contend with.
Plus, he's the one who got us into this whole mess. Is that so? Maybe there is hope for you after all, free from the bad influence of your missing friend. Now that is some fine reasoning. Who cares about the blade? I think you're right. We're better off without it. It's not like it's ever been important. Of course, the blade's important. It's your implement. You're going to need it if you want to do this right. The fact that you're here, right now, again, means that you have not yet done this right. But it's not there, is it? We don't even get the choice. So, what are we supposed to do? I don't actually know. I'm sure it'll turn up somewhere. It has to. It's part of the whole structure of this place, I think. At the very least, it's important.
Yeah? Okay, so...
What is
None
there to
of you
say
know?
about it? It's a mirror. Is this some sort of a bit? There is no mirror. There's only the stained glass windows, the empty table where your blade should be, and the door to the basement.
Yeah?
Oh, my bad. That's why I haven't been talking about it. I see it, just like I saw it last time. Good for you, buddy. You've got a sharp set of eyes on you. Mirror or no mirror, the door to the basement, your only way forward, is just on the other side of the room. How about you walk over there?
Okay, we approach the mirror.
Across the room, stopping just in front of the door to the basement. What is this about that supposed mirror? Just reach forward and fumble around a bit. I'm sure you'll find the handle.
Okay.
Well, shall we have a look at ourselves? Maybe it won't go away this time.
Yeah? Reach forward.
You reach forward, your hand instinctively wrapping around the handle.
Damn!
Figures. And then you push the door open. Marvellous. We can proceed.
Yeah? How does it look?
it would seem that the stairs to the basement don't lead to a basement.
Oh, they
at
go
all.
up.
Rather, they go up. They're draped in fine carpet, too, one that feels pleasantly soft against your feet.
Aww.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably... no, that doesn't work here at all. This place is nice. It's fancy, even. I have to say, whatever you did in your previous lives, I deeply dislike how much it's thrown me off my rhythm.
Fuck you, narrator.
Don't worry about it, boss. You're doing great.
You're doing
I'm not,
great, boss.
But I appreciate the encouragement. Well, if all of this has thrown you off your rhythm so much, then maybe we don't have to slay the princess. No, you absolutely do. Just because she lives in a nice house doesn't mean she doesn't pose a direct threat to all of reality. It's in her very nature. Her voice, gentle and warm, with an undercurrent of fatigue, rolls down the stairs.
You're home. Dinner's ready.
You're home?
As much
Dinner's
as I
ready?
desperately want to know what happened last time, we are not going to examine it. The more we think, the worse this gets. Why are you so on edge? This is much nicer than what we're used to. I'd like to have dinner. Dinner
Yeah.
sounds nice. Gotta say, I'm with him on this one, boss. When have nice things ever been a problem?
Yeah.
That is the problem. This isn't supposed to be nice, and she's supposed to be a prisoner. I need to stop talking. I need to stop talking. Just go upstairs, okay?
Okay.
This hall, like the one below, is grand and beautiful.
What the
Torches
fuck is
bathe
on the
the room
back
in
of
warm,
her? What's the
comforting
fuck
light.
is that shadow?
Just
But
enough to
damn,
illuminate
she's so
tapestries
beautiful.
On every wall, woven with scenes of chivalry and courtship and romance. The many cloth eyes are fixed on each other, gazes averted from the long table in the centre of the room. The princess, seated at its far end. Your pristine blade glints in the weak torchlight, hanging from a golden chain around the princess's neck. So that's where it is. And the tip is already pointed right at her heart. Okay, everything is falling back into place. All you have to do is cross the room, push down a little, and the entire world is saved. That's easy.
That's crazy. Why would I do that,
Yeah,
bro?
that is easy, isn't it? So, where's the rush?
You're here. Now we can start being happy together. Why don't you sit down? Wouldn't that be nice?
Aww.
As the words leave her mouth, the torches flare and a chair swings in from behind, knocking your legs out from under you. You're forcibly seated at the head of the table.
What?
Isn't that better? It is better, right?
What is this place where we're gonna do now? You mentioned dinner on the stairs? Excuse me? Shallowly push yourself from your seat. What is this place?
It's our happy ending, just like you asked for. It's everything we're supposed to have ever wanted.
What are we supposed to do now?
Oh, right, dinner. I totally forgotten about it.
The flames burn bright and a shadow dives across the table. In its wake, it leaves a feast.
Oh, that's a shadow on
Go
her
ahead and
back.
begin. I'm sure you're hungry.
Am I ever? And look at this spread. It's a feast fit for a king. Yeah, and after everything we've been through, we could use a break. More than that, we deserve a break.
Let's eat.
You begin to feast, and the princess follows suit, her soft smile never fading. The food is more exquisite than you ever could have imagined. You sample countless otherworldly dishes, sauces and bread and hearty stews whose tastes dance across your tongue.
Oh,
You tear at hunks of meat practically melting from the bone.
damn,
juicy and
we
tender
ate all
and
of them?
bursting with flavors you could
Crazy.
scarcely begin to describe. Your cup fills itself again and again with a flowery nectar so sweet it tastes like glimmering jewels. This really is perfect, isn't it? It is the best meal you've ever had.
And the last meal we'll ever get.
it's over.
Just kidding.
And you're just as hungry as when you began.
What?
Wasn't that perfect? We should do it again.
Huh?
The shadow washes across the table, clearing and replating. The feast is once again laid before you. The food is good. Again. You tear into golden crispy flesh, dab at the slurry of aromatic sauces on your plate with thick-crusted bread, sip your goblet of sparkling gems. But you have done this already. A good meal is still a good meal, and we didn't even have to clear the dishes. I'm happy.
Yeah?
And then it's over. And you're
What?
just as hungry as when you began.
It's as if we're not
You're
eating
still hungry
really.
too, right? I know this wasn't as good as it was last time, but we just have to do it again. That's all. It'll be perfect if we just do it again.
Again.
So
And
the shadow
again.
sweeps over the table, clearing the old and laying out the new. And so you do it again. The meat is fine, the bread is fine. You sample the side dishes and they're fine too. You finish your goblet, the liquid within no longer glimmering on your palate, instead leaving your mouth coated in a tacky film. You put it down and it fills again. You do not drink more. Well, food is food, isn't it? Can't always be amazing. What matters is that we don't have to make it. Getting other people to do the hard work always improves the taste.
Damn, that's
Because it
crazy.
seems like the taste is getting worse, and we haven't had to so much as lift a finger. Regardless of quality, it's over again, and you're just as hungry as when you
You're
began.
just as hungry as when you
Again.
began.
No, something was wrong that time. But maybe I was just tasting it wrong. It looks just as good as it did the first time. It shouldn't taste like this.
Again, the shadow replaces your feast, and again you eat. The meat is greasy. The bread is tough, its crust hurting your jaw
Oh,
as you chew.
it goes
The grey
bad.
vegetables are barely worth the effort of picking through. You don't even touch the goblet, its sickly sweet aroma utterly unappealing. I'm so tired of eating. Well, it's still free food we didn't have to make, right? Oh, am I kidding? We were eating like kings and now we're eating like pigs. At
We're
least
eating like
you still have the
pigs.
memory of how good it was the first time, right?
Yeah?
I'm so tired of this.
As the words leave her mouth, one of the torches on the wall sputters and then goes
Oh.
out entirely.
We have 3 remaining.
What just happened? Did I do something wrong?
Conclude.
Not a fan of whatever just happened. I don't want to sit in the dark. Losers sit in the dark. I want to sit in a brightly lit, spacious room where we can see our beautiful, queenly wife.
Beautiful,
As if in
queenly
response to the
wife.
dousing of their brother, the other 3 torches blaze brighter, their flames licking at the walls. Their shadows deepen, dancing angrily across the stone.
Huh? Okay, let me go back to chat real quick. Miss Goodnight is a VTuber like you. As for Johnny, he did Magnus Archives before this. Still, there's not much I can say. See for yourself. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that Miss Goodnight is a VTuber. This is the first time I've heard of her, but yeah, thank you. Abby the artist, I thank you for the Nightmare and Pleasant Dreams. Oh yeah, the artist of this is so good. It looks so good.
Away.
Glue that nonsense away, Coffee. Yeah. Coffee! Did you hear me earlier? I asked you how was it? How was the thing I sent you? Did you listen to it? I know I said, but let's see it. I'm more hungry for pizza than ever. And then it's still good. And it's never the end. Never the end. Stanley Parable. If you never played, please do. Oh yeah, I haven't played that too. 4-week-old pizza still tastes delicious. 4-week-old? That's gonna be moldy and like, ew. Thank you for the clap. Thank you for the applause, Jessica. I passed out. I gotta go listen to it. God damn! If you need to sleep, go sleep, Coffee. Okay, I'm not forcing you to listen to it right now. Okay, go to sleep. Hi, Doc. Oh my God, it's the Doc Hoisband. Oh hi. Oh hi. How is the Doc Hoisband? Hmm. Glue that nonsense away, no beef. Oh hi. Oh hi. Oh hi. No, you're forcing. No, I don't do that. You hate me. He hates me. I'm not forcing you. I was asking if you already listened to it, and if you'd not yet listened to it, it's okay. I'm not forcing you. How is the dog today? Are you alive? I did a sneezy. Oh my God. Of course, pizza is fresh today. Oh my God. I want pizza for real. Bless. Thank you. Okay. Oh my God. I got sniffly a little bit from that. But let's continue. But I'm not sure you're ready to join Doc in being kidnapped for wild assault. Wait. Right now? I have karaoke plans today. Oh, tomorrow. I could, yeah. That's a possibility, yes. We could. Damn! 25 stream streak. Big. Good job, Doc. I'm proud of you. Yeah. Is Doc available tomorrow, though? I haven't installed the game too. I haven't installed the game yet. But I saw from like the trailer from Steam that it's like Battlefield but with furries. We'll see. Oh my gosh, karaoke stream. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's gonna be karaoke time after this game. We're gonna sing a lot after finishing the game. It's basically third-person Battlefield. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about it. Okay. Let's check the options. So what just happened? Did you make that torch go out? I don't think you did anything wrong. I think you just said something you wanted to say. It's just a torch. Don't worry about it. We still have plenty of light. Well, we ate. What are we supposed to do now? Let's just tell her that I don't think you did anything wrong. I think you just said something you wanted to say.
But it was wrong. I took away a piece of our light. I'm not supposed to do that. I don't want him to be upset with me.
Him? You said he. Who is he? Yeah.
He's the voice that whispers sweet nothings in my ear.
Sweet
I think he made
nothings.
this place for us.
This mitten is in his bag?
Like us, but we're at the head of the table. We should be in charge. Is he more powerful than we are?
Wait. The shadow is the voice of the smitten? Did he go to the princess's side? What? Well, wait, what are we supposed to do now? Hey, Shadow, don't you have anything to say? Yeah, let's ask the Shadow.
The torches flare and the shadow grows for a moment, but you don't receive a response.
The fuck is that?
Giving us the cold shoulder, I say, asserting his dominance in the power structure. Regardless, it would seem that he, if there is a he, isn't something you can talk to.
He says his words are just for me. But he wants me to ask, isn't this enough? Isn't this what you wanted him to do? He says he's tired. And I don't think he'll answer anything else you have to say.
Oh.
This isn't fair. If I could just talk to him for 2 seconds, I'm sure we could sort this out and figure out a balanced power structure that works better for everyone. But no, he's decided he's above talking to little guys like us, huh?
Damn. Okay, well, we ate. What are we supposed to do now? Okay.
I don't know. Maybe we could play a game.
What game?
Yeah, that's exactly what we should do.
Mm-hmm.
The flames roar and the shadow comes dancing across the table. It leaves behind an intricate game, its pieces elegant and beautiful and enticing, its simple rules already apparent, even with little explanation.
Mm-hmm.
We can probably work together to figure this out as we go. That sounds like a lot of fun, right?
Yeah?
Great, we don't even have a rule book. That means we can make up as many rules as we want. And we will. Don't worry, I am excellent at cheating.
Excellent
never suspect it
cheating. What the
I don't
fuck?
think it really matters. This all kind of feels like we're just filling time, you know?
Yeah?
What, you don't want to win? To show our prowess in all avenues and accumulate respect? Wow, you would be hopeless without me. Count your lucky stars I'm here. You and the princess do indeed figure it out as you go. And what a game it is. The tension between turns, the triumphant highs of moves well placed, and the tragic lows of miscalculations and careless plays. The warmth of trust and the cool texture of deception. And then, the climax, as she places her final piece.
She wins.
Oh, I think we got the rules wrong.
And so you start over. She only made us start over because we were winning.
Oh, because we were winning.
Time passes. You play the game. You win. Boom.
Yeah?
And there you have it. What did
Oh,
I tell
game
you?
night.
Am
I got
great at
a
games or am I great
achievement
at
from that.
games?
Oh,
I won
you
the game night.
I guess we can play again.
Time passes. You play the game. She wins.
Yeah?
Oh, I won. I guess we can play again.
There is a long pause, and the board does not reset.
This isn't fun anymore, is it?
You don't need me to tell you that it isn't. Oh.
Oh.
The princess visibly panics as another torch sputters.
Oh.
Wait. Maybe this is just too easy. Maybe if we added more rules and pieces, it would be fun again.
Yeah?
Yeah. The game's just a little simple. We can make it fun again. The shadow descends on the board once again. More pieces are added, their shapes more intricate, their purposes less immediately clear, and the two of you set about discovering the complexities of the game anew. And so you do. And it is fun again. In fact, it's almost as fun as the first time you played, and the sputtering torch roars back to life.
Uh-huh.
But then you get used to the additions, and the feeling starts to fade. A creeping numbness settling in over the board. More pieces are
Yeah.
added. The feelings flare. The feelings fade. The princess suggests new rules. A glimmer of what could have been excitement flits through your mind, quickly vanishing as the game progresses. Your pieces advance in an ever-increasing slog to their destination.
Yeah.
Winning and losing become nothing but ends. And even the end becomes nothing as you roll over into a new game, the board resetting as many times as you can finish. Till finally,
Till finally.
I'm out of ideas. I'm actually out of ideas this time. I don't think I can play anymore.
Ooh.
as the words leave the princess's mouth, another torch goes out. Again, the remaining flames burn brighter, and the shadow dances faster.
Oh no.
I'm happy. I promise. We're both so happy here. You don't have to be upset.
This is awful.
Isn't it great that we're all having such a lovely time together? We just have to stay positive and realize how happy we are. Then all of those lights will stay on and keep showing us all the cool stuff we have. Yeah,
Do it!
sure.
Just do it!
Do it! Okay, let me go back to chat. Smitty, hear him out, just not the narrator. I guess hear him out too. Opportunist, but what a point. Huh? It's the papaya! Oh, hi, papaya. Sorry, I was kind of locked in earlier because of I was listening to the game. But welcome, papaya. How is the papaya today? The game is Slay the Princess. I got the pristine cut version. Yeah. It's a visual novel type of game where your choices matter. So I'm on the 5th run so far. 5th chapter run. Getting the final piece of the princess, and it's kind of taking longer than I kind of expected, but it's fun. Yeah, welcome, papaya. How is the papaya today? Do you have work today? Good luck with work if you have. Okay, let's check the options. So it says, it's just a torch, don't worry about it. We still have plenty of light. This place isn't right. We have to put the rest of them out. We have to get rid of that shadow. Are you actually happy here? Okay, so we've eaten, we played games, now what? I'm thinking asking her if she is actually happy.
The princess starts to hyperventilate, her
Oh, no.
quick breaths punctuating the uncomfortable silence between you.
Yes. Why wouldn't I be? Let's not talk about it.
She's being
Huh?
defensive. And we all know being defensive is a sign of weakness.
We need the truth. You really need to tell me how you feel. Yeah.
I don't feel anything.
The third torch sputters out. The princess's shadow dances furiously against the far wall.
There's just one left. What's going to happen when it goes out?
Yeah, what's gonna happen? What do you think will happen? Don't worry about what's going to happen. If you could do anything in the world, what would it be? What would you choose? Whatever the shadows have been showing us isn't real. We need to see what happens when the lights go out. We don't have to let it go out. Oh my god, there's a lot of options. What do you think will happen? Don't worry about what's going to happen. What would you choose? Let's ask her, what would you choose?
I think I'd like to dance under the stars.
That sounds lovely.
But there aren't any stars here. I'd have to leave.
As she says that, the shadow rushes forward and tightens its grip on her wrists.
No!
I'm not happy here. I don't think I ever was.
Aww. Oh
The
no.
princess sobs, burying her face in her hands as the final torch blows out.
The shadow is gone. I feel empty, so that's that, huh? Why are you crying? Are you okay? Well, this sucks. You can open your eyes. I'm still here, you know. Nothing's changed. We're just sitting in the dark. I'm sorry. I feel like all of this is my fault. Let's tell her. Let's reassure her. So, I want to reassure her. So, you can open your eyes. I'm still here, you know. Okay.
She raises her head, mascara trailing down her cheeks.
Oh.
So you are. It's dark in here, isn't it?
The princess's eyes dart to the floor.
Well, we can't sit here forever. that part of us is over.
The princess pushes herself from her chair, and you instinctively do the same, waiting by the top of the stairs as she quietly crosses the room.
Yeah.
Do you still care about me?
Of course, my love. I will care about you. Of course I do. I don't think that'll ever stop. Whatever we had between us wasn't real. This is real. I don't know if I ever have, but maybe I can now. I'm not sure if I've ever had the chance to figure out how I feel about you. I've just wanted to leave since the moment I found myself in the woods. Ooh. And there's an option to say no. Let's say that we still care about her.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you to say that. I still care about you, too, so maybe this wasn't all bad.
Yes?
But I don't think this place is for us anymore. I think we need to go.
Yeah, let's offer her our hand and
As
leave.
the princess steps towards the stairs, you offer her your hand. The corners of her mouth curl into a demure smile, and she gently
Aww.
takes your hand in hers. She's cold, a little clammy, but her skin against yours is the most real thing you have ever felt. You're offering surprisingly little resistance. If we leave the cabin, doesn't that end the world? He's right, you know. You're giving us some real mixed signals, boss. Yes, well, I've seen my fairy tale ending, and I think there might be worse things than the end of the world.
What the fuck,
This
narrator?
is less work for us, anyways.
Narrator suddenly changed. What?
Think what you will. I'm done fighting.
Oh,
You and the
narrator.
princess don't exchange words as you descend the stairs. to
He
the
gave
cabin's entrance.
up.
And then the two of you step out into the world. I think this is the end of me. Even if it's not the end of you. I hope this was worth it. Genuinely, I do.
Aww.
He's really gone.
No.
Isn't
Oh,
No
that's
boss anymore.
sad.
No one left to
No
tell us
boss
what to do.
anymore.
I guess we'll have to be our own boss then. About time.
About time.
Stars are so beautiful.
Yeah. A quiet moment passes over you, a comfortable quiet.
I meant it when I said I wanted to dance.
Aww. Yeah! We're dancing with her. She's so beautiful, even with her mascara done. She gently pulls you forward, and the two of you fall into a graceful step. The only rhythm that guides you is the shared thumping of your. Oh my god. Her face, worn and tired, brightens the faster you move, a soft, sad smile widening and widening until it reflects only genuine affection. Oh, she's so beautiful. Oh. You send her out in a wide spin, and your arms stretch to their limits. Only the tenuous grasp of your hand and hers holding you together. You share a gaze that feels like it lasts forever. No! Kirby! No! Don't eat the princess! No! Kirby! Stop! Stop!
Thank you for taking me here. This is nice. Even if
Oh no,
it's
what's
a little
happening?
cold outside.
Oh no. Oh, she's being taken! No! I meant it. Share a dance with your happy ending. Yay! Got the happy ending. What? But you do not get the chance to respond, nor you will ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns. Okay, so we're now going again.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a... Why is it here?
Kirby, no!
Why now?
Okay, let me snooze and check on chat before it goes on the ads. Okay, It's the papaya. Yeah. Dance under the stars. That sounds lovely. I know, right? Oh, it's Joe. Hi, Joe. Bonjour. How are you today? Good morning. I hope you had a good sleep. Wish was a point reward for epic music, yet cries is bittersweet and beautiful. Oh, what kind of music do you want? Slay the Princess. This looks like Lady Yes, yes. Also, hi, Tabby Boy. I kissed the Tabby Boy. Redemption arc? Yeah, probably a redemption arc. Also, 3 team streak. Nice one, Tabby Boy. Happily ever after. Congratulations. Yes. Hi, Shadow. Welcome back. Kirby eats the mirror, it's canon. Yeah, Kirby eats everything. That's true. You're welcome. I love Tabby Wife. It's the Tabby Wife. Yes. How was the Tabby Wife today? Did you just wake up or something? Did you just did you eat already? When are we gonna make drugs again with the Fox Wife? I have no idea when the Fox Wife is available for drugs. I actually wanna make drugs again, yeah. It's a fun game. I like Schedule 1. And also the Doc. I don't know if wait, I believe I think Doc has a collab today. I'm not sure. Yeah, but we should set it again. I like Schedule 1. I like beating up people in there in game. In game. Was about to game either Batman or Heck Divers. I'd say go for what your heart wants you to go for, Shadow. I also have been up for a good few hours. Oh, same! I've been up for like 3 hours ish. Yeah. So Destiny. What? Then we open Destiny. Damn, that's crazy, Shadow. Yeah. But today is gonna be a singing day. So after playing Slay the Princess, we'll be singing a lot. I was out with a friend getting catnip and food, then played Heck Divers with them, and now I'm cuddled up with Billy and watching. Oh, you're with the hoist band. You're with your hoist band. Yeah. Heck Divers is noise. Yes, have good cuddles with the billion. What are you watching? Are you watching what, Hell's Kitchen? Or just like usual YouTube videos? Yeah. He's a very good hoistman. Yes, he is. He is a very good hoistman and a sweet hoistman to you. Yeah. You're watching Gamer Rage? Oh, interesting. Like all gamers that rage compilation, something like that. Ooh. Yeah. Basically submitted rage clips. Yeah. So it's a compilation of rage clips of gamers, huh? Oh my god, that's gonna be funny. Like with all the screaming and like loser comments. I see DVD once and call out the rager being losers and being bad. Yeah, you're the expert in DVD. Yes, I honestly want to try DVD one day. You play that game too much? Yeah. You're retired? Yeah, I know. Like from the comments of everyone around, they don't want you to go back playing it again. They're like, when they hear you say DVD, they'll be like, no, Nicola, no. It's crazy. Okay. The ads is about to start soon, so I will put on the ad break note and I will wait for everyone and then we'll continue the game. Knowing what happens, I'd recommend to save here. But don't reload until after credits. Best seen blind, but dang it, singing karaoke can wait. Okay. I will save then. I will save. Thank you for letting me know, Jessica. Yeah, I willingly uninstall it. Nice, yes. And don't install it. Yes. Okay, I will save it. I saved on a new slot, so let's wait. I'm kind of getting EP. I don't know why. Hold on. Okay. Ads incoming, yeah. Yep. Ad break is on. Voices. You wanna catch us opening. Gonna be golden. Oh, I'm done hiding. Now I'm shining like I'm born to be. Oh, our time, no fears, no lies. That's who we're born to be. You know we're gonna be golden. We're gonna be. Okay, we still have ad breaks. Yes. Let me charge my phone. No, Kirby, no! Don't need the mirror! No! Kirby, no! Elsa, hi, Paponia. How is the Paponia tonight? Are you at work? How are you doing? No ads? Yeah, I'm waiting. Alright, ads is gone. Is everyone back? Is everyone back from the ads? Oh, hi. Thank you for waiting. I wait you all. I waited for you all. Yes. Kirby eats the ad. Oh my god, yeah. Hi, Fire.
Papayakov asked me, "Cannot she buy me McDonald's? Only if you promise to glue everyone and share the fries." Hehe.
Glue everyone.
Ask them nicely in chat. Maybe they'll bless you with the McWaltu combo.
McWalter.
If not, we survive on brain rot and water. Not ideal, but very 67.
I'm what? My AI. What? You glue everyone. No, Papaya don't glue everyone. Also, hi Kian. Good morning. Good morning, Kian. How's Kian today? Hi Kian. Hi, hi, hi. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, hi. It's been so long. How are you, Kian? It's been so long. Where you been? Why did you leave us? You said you're just getting milk and cigarettes. Why you left us? Just kidding. Busy? Busy? Dang.
Get glued.
You ain't smoking. You didn't get the reference, I see. But you loved it? Okay. That's nice. Okay, okay. Let's continue the game. Welcome back, welcome back. We're almost at the end, I believe. I don't know if it's really the end, but I did save, okay? Of course you're scared. I already used this. It's going to be okay. Let's just approach the mirror this time. You approach the mirror. Yeah?
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final.
Final?
If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. What do we look like this time? What do we look like this time? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Show me what I look like. What? What? We're nothing this time. Oh! No, 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 no. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Wait, we're a bird? We're a bird? We have beak. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
I think you know. Oh, that's the narrator? The crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. Oh! What? And then another crack forms and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Yeah? Yeah? Oh! Holy shit, what the fuck? This was the narrator? So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. What are you? Are you something like me? If you're not me, then what are you? I have so many questions for you. Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that? I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy it. Will it help if I look away or stop asking questions? Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Are you a part of me or are you something else? You're the one who wanted me to stay the princess. Why? I have met you so many times. Have you been the same you all along? I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I? What is this place? Where are we? And we have the option to destroy the mirror. And it's like there's eyes of a bird, of a crow, I believe. What? And there's a lot of questions. So, what are you? Are you something like me? If you're not me, then what are you? Yeah. If you're not me,
I'm
then what are you?
Likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Yeah? What? No! In one of my lives, you doubted yourself. You thought that all of this was wrong. So you're the narrator. Others like you. You said something like that before. Has every narrator been different? I have so many questions for you. Does it hurt when pieces of you break up? You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why?
Because among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed. And despite how far you've fallen, you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Huh? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, what's the next question that we can do? That we want. There's a lot of questions. What is the princess? Did you make her to? What is this place? Why would you want to rid the world of that? I'm pretty sure that is good, actually. Important even. Who cares about dying? I've died plenty times. If you made me, then what am I? Oh, this is a good question.
You're the long quiet. The god
The
I
long
made to rid
quiet.
the world of death.
No, the long quiet is the princess, right? That's where we go whenever we get the princess fragment. The fuck? A god. I always knew I was special. I don't want to be a god. I want to be me. So you're the narrator. Others like you said. I have so many questions for you. I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy a little help every time I ask you something. You said she contains death. What is she? Are you a god or were you a god? Oh my god, those are good questions. I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I? What is the princess did you make her to? Okay. I'm interested with the two questions. You said she contains death. What is she? And are you a god or were you a god? What's a better one? I'm curious with the princess though, more than like the narrator.
She is the shifting mound,
The shifting mound, the ebb and
capacity to
flow.
change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
Uh-huh. If you want me to destroy the concept of transformation, how is that existence any better than death? Or even different from death at all? Honestly, it feels worse. Ooh, nice. Do you have anything to say for yourself for all of this hubris? Ooh. After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live? Ooh. Do you know that things won't just be worse if I destroy her? What would it be to live in a world without her? Does anyone else know about this? Does anyone else know about us? I don't want to be a god, I want to be me. A god I always is special. Oh my god, there's more options now because of that. Oh no. Oh man. Are you a god or were you a god? Yeah, but I wanna try the other exploration. This one. If you do want me to destroy the concept of transformation stuff.
When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing either.
Uh-huh.
Besides, anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
Oh no. I don't know how many times I can ask him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably 4 more questions, I guess. I hope. Okay. You're delusional. Saying him is delulu is crazy. Also, our mouse is like different now. It looks like a crow, yeah. Does anyone else know about this? Does anyone else know about us?
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion. When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
Shadow of the end. Okay. We still have probably 3 more tries to ask him, and then he's probably gone. Oh my god. If she's capable of becoming whatever people believe her to be, can't I just will her into something small? Oh yeah, that's a possibility. I've met you many times. Have you been the same all along? Are you a god? Blah, blah, blah. Why did you make her a princess? Of all things, why is she a princess? Why couldn't she be an ant or a slice of soggy bread? How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept? What if neither of us leave this place? Does that work? Can't we just stay here together and leave the people out there alone? You've called this place a construct. What is it supposed to do? Ooh. Sorry, I'm getting hiccups. Okay, let me check chat real bit. Oh, the reference, my bad. Yeah. Your eyes only from now. Okay. I'll see you after credits. Good luck. Thank you, Jessica. I'm gonna take a shower. It's hot as fuck. Yeah, it's so fucking hot today. God damn. Yeah, please stay hydrated and stay cool, man. It's so fucking hot today in the Philippines. Nachi, buy me McDonald's. No, papaya. I want McDonald's too, but I'm broke. You're the one who should buy me McDonald's. Also, yeah, it's a really good game. It's a really good visual novel game. You should try it too, papaya. But actually, don't buy papaya food. Buy me food. No coffee. No. You drink water first. You got this. Can't help your eyes only. Yeah. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for the support. I appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, let's ask him. Why is she a
Are you
princess?
asking me to spend my final moments psychoanalyzing you? She wound up a princess because you wanted her to be a princess. As to
What?
why, maybe she needed to be beautiful, important, above you, but on a level you could still approach. A herald of things to come. I don't know. Gods are supposed to be beyond comprehension. I really shouldn't try and anthropomorphize you like this.
Huh? Okay. In one of my lives, you doubted yourself. You thought that all of this was wrong. So let's ask him this one.
Oh, did I? That means nothing in the grand scheme of things. This construct you're in contains every possible world at once. The fact
Every
that you
possible
managed to
world
find
at once.
one reality among trillions where I was delusional proves nothing.
Huh? Okay. Hmm. Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Yeah, let's ask him this one.
I'm aware, and if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
Uh-huh. No, 2 more. Fuck. You've called this place a construct. What is it supposed to do?
It was supposed to keep the two of you trapped here until the job was done, and it was supposed to guide your hand to help you see things through.
Uh-huh.
The construct you're in exists in every world at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both you and her into a new world. But you're waking up to your true nature now. It won't be able to work like that anymore.
My true nature. Oh no, Death of the Author? I got an what? I got an achievement from that. I run out of questions. I think you're out of time. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her, but that's a lie. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks about all of this. Yeah, let's tell him we haven't decided.
I've said my piece, and
My time is up. Bye,
It's like I said,
narrator!
I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
Yes, narrator. Bye. Oh no! As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with a newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the long, quiet, and vast and nascent God, and it's just finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Ooh, I got another achievement from that. I am the long, quiet. I thought the long quiet is like a world in itself and stuff. Uh-huh. Okay, let's proceed to the cabin one last time. An honest heart. Share your happy ending with her. That's the achievement I got. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Huh? Wait, are we the princess? Oh! What? What? What the fuck? Oh my god, that's a lot of her. Oh,
I
the
can
ba-
finally see you, and you can finally see me.
Yes.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Yeah? I missed you too. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation? I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means. What happens now? Only 4 questions. No wrong answers, no wrong choices. True to title card. Oh my. Well, this got interesting. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry I can't help. Heart. Indeed, I know I said no hints, but address statement directly gives more options. But that's it. No more hints. It only gives more choices. Or hi, princess. Yeah. Let's be open and say I missed her. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response and then patiently waits for you to continue. Aww. It's beautiful though. Okay, let's ask her if she know about the echo.
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was
Construct.
deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm the long quiet, but I don't know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Uh-huh. So what happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
When the echo spun us from 1 into 2, He gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
Uh-huh.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Ooh. There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is this all falling on me? Yeah, why is this falling on me? Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions. I need answers before I can make a choice. If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. If you're always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment? There has to be another way. This can't just come down to me either destroying you or letting you out. I won't do it. I told you what was going to happen when we reached this point. Slay her. Slay her. I think it's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go. Okay, there's a lot of options again, but I want to explore more before we decide. So let's do the explore options that we can do as much as possible, I guess. So I want to ask her the first question. There are so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end. Pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions. I need answers before I can make a choice.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
No! What?
A picture of a life, and a picture of a life, and a picture of a life. How deep must repetition still our movements, until even the air we breathe is stale? You doused the flames of false devotion, and in my despair, you lifted my chin, and the two of us danced beneath the stars. The stars can't be seen unless the flames go out, and the walls come crashing down. Can you not do for all things what you did for us?
Wait, we see the princess from the last one. Okay. Address this vessel's statement directly. Appeal to your shared humanity. You speak about life and death and change and stagnation, but this isn't what any of this has been about. Reject her authority. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. Damn. You act as though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you. Oh, damn. I won't engage with violence. Okay, let's appeal to our shared humanity.
Oh, is it not? Perhaps you can enlighten me.
Crush you. I bleed you. I grind you to paste. My scars are a memory of what you used to be to me. I want those feelings back.
Oh, this was the demon princess.
You run, but you do not run away.
You take me somewhere new, somewhere we can dance like we used to. But I could not follow your steps. There was no better gift for me than the gift of defeat. You showed me how much more I could be.
Yeah?
We made each other better. To have no challenge is to fade into nothing. A life without obstacles is no life at all.
Ooh, this option is red. What the fuck? I remember the moment of my victory. As soon as you entered my domain, I destroyed you. What? What if I check the red one? Oh, I wanna try it.
You speak of me as if I am a ghost, but I am right in front of you.
Oh,
My massive mob you. There's
oh,
no
this is
end.
the
There is
multiple.
no end. And there is no
There's
end.
only the flood of
There
bodies.
is only the
In
flood
every
of
moment
bodies.
you hold every possible sensation
Every
at
moment
once,
you
and
hold
then you
every
hold them all
possible
again.
sensation at once, and then you hold them all again.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the amalgamation.
Back at me. For a brief moment, both of us were everything. We can be everything again. We can weave a beautiful and endless song.
Ooh, there's a red option again. I saw every version of us across every reality, and not every reality had your drawing breath. Even then, I went on. The world doesn't need you. Ooh, wait, where's the others? This has always just been about us, two people forced to hurt each other again and again, but we don't have to hurt each other anymore. Whatever exists without you. I get it, there's no need for us to keep fighting. I'll leave with you, I just don't know how to. Stop the fight early and surrender. I don't want to surrender yet, I believe. Can I not? Okay, let's appeal to the shared humanity again.
Cling to your notion of pain as suffering. There is beauty in ugliness, and love in conflict. That cold fire has left your eyes. Are you finally willing to listen?
A boundless torrent of blades cut you from boundless.
Oh, this is the full-bladed princess.
You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it. On and on it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts, are not you. Alive, dead, alive, dead, alive, dead, then alive and dead and alive and dead all at once.
You learn to put yourself away, and in your stillness you rose above me. You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives. And yet it is all so far behind you. I pushed you to a greatness you never would have reached without me.
I did rise far above you, and I am far above you still. Will destroy you now as I destroy you then. No! There can be love and conflict and beauty and ugliness between us without bringing the whole reality into the picture. We've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. Okay, I'll still appeal to the humanity as always.
We are the whole of reality. To question everything is to deny the truth in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. By believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck. Bound for eternity, you saw
Oh
the need
yeah,
for
this
impermanence.
one!
And it was through that need
This
that you
was my
carved out
first
freedom.
princess. It was so long
Without
ago.
impermanence, the suffering of living things is infinite. Would you strip my gifts away and leave everyone to suffer in the dark?
We're not the whole of reality. Why won't you see me the way I still see you? Why won't you see me for what I am? Ooh.
I could ask you the same. There is only room for one of us to be blind here, and I know it to be you. We are each other's mirrors, and are we not divine?
And are we not divine? As crazy. As the clash between you abates, the princess withdraws, trembling.
You are unmovable. Is it by the design of our conflict that I cannot win? Or are you just that fervent in how you cling to delusion? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
It's easy to believe in the things you believe when you get to sit above it all. What do you think happens if we leave here? Okay, I'm ready to go, but how do we leave? I never wanted to fight you, but how do we leave? Can't let that happen. I can't let everything die. Slay the princess. I was told there was enough of you in me to preserve meaning in existence. I'm going to trust that's true. What? I have to fight for the better world. I'm so sorry. You are cruelty itself. I cannot let you exist. I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. But you've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you. Oh, this is a good one. Can I does this one?
What
Yeah.
I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Oh, the voice of the hero is still with me. Okay. Which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
You have no idea how good it is to hear you. I can do this alone. Where's everyone else? How are you supposed to help? I thought voices weren't allowed here. I thought you died whenever I looked in the mirror. Yeah! Where's
They're still
everyone
where
else?
You left them, stuck in the folds of this place. Part
Part
of me
of
is
me
with
is
them, just like part of me is with you right now.
So I can call to them?
There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's
Ooh.
relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm
Then
ready.
let's go.
Let's go! What? 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 Huh?
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
Yeah?
Do you need me to describe things?
The princess is outside. Ooh. I'd like that for old time's sake. Is it just you and me? Did anyone else make it to the cabin? Is the narrator really gone? Ooh. This is just you
It's
and me.
just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Is the narrator really gone?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
Ooh. If the offer still stands, could you describe the cabin to me for old time's sake? Good riddance. I don't actually know how to feel about him being gone. It's funny, after everything he put us through, I'm kind of sad to see him go. Yeah. Bro. Okay, before I check, okay, let me see chat real quick. No rising, John Cena says, are you sure about that? We are cooked, no complaining, save
Can't
already, but the
collude.
clash. I say save at the clash, but regardless, choice is yours. Good luck, seeing from her eyes, her text is Undertale genocide. Oh, okay. It's worth seeing eventually, like it says, 6 full breakthrough to complete. Caesar, was she your first princess? Prisoner, bravo, thank you very much. And help, but I cannot. Possible outcomes, that is yours. Hero best boy, save here. So for our time's sake. Yes, he's dead. Save. Okay, I'm gonna save. Yeah, I'm gonna save. Going to pass out. Good night, papaya. Bye-bye. Have a good sleep. Unoy papaya. Okay. I catched up, so let's see. It's funny, after everything he put us through, I'm kind of sad to see him go.
Yeah, It's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
Yeah. If the offer still stands, can you describe the cabin to me for old time's sake?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you,
The
hero.
interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows. There's no mirror, either. I think you broke it.
There's no mirror either. I
And
think you
know
broke
you're
it.
still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Why is the hero suddenly sounding like a narrator? Like the voice of the narrator is the same as the hero. Okay, let's take the blade.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more options than not.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Enter the basement.
The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
Yeah.
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
A center that doesn't exist. There
Sounded
should
just
be.
like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us.
But she
And down we
knows.
go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
What does she look like?
And there
She's
you
not
are,
shackled.
knife in hand. It really brings me back. Have you given up on talking? Have you finally decided to kill me? You'll have all of eternity to yourself after this. Why don't we chat a little before I go?
Yeah, sure. You don't have anything on your stuff. Okay, let's sit with her. I don't think I want to be a god. Are you the same as you are out there? I don't want to hurt anyone. There has to be a way out of here. What are we going to do? I don't want to have to slay you, but I know what the other options are. I'm sorry, slay the princess and just slay the princess. I don't think I want to be a god.
Honestly, me neither.
Are you the same as you are out there?
No. I feel like I'm myself again.
Huh? What are we going to do?
Well, I don't want to be at the end of that knife, so how about we figure something out? What if we tried doing this forever? I can do whatever you think I can, right? So, make me put it all back. Make me fix the Echo's construct and make me wipe our memories of everything that's happened.
Oh.
Make me send us back to the beginning, before we woke up. Before either of us saw the truth.
Can she really do that? Are you sure that's what you want?
Would resetting it do anything to help them, the people out there? If you continue to exist, don't they continue to die and suffer? I don't want to forget you. We're going to find ourselves back here eventually. If we're talking about this right now, how do we know we haven't done this before? This isn't fair. I want to be here with you. I don't want to be alone again. Is there any other way? I take it all back. I don't want this and I don't want to kill you. Is it too late to go back to being a god? Okay, then let's do it. I believe in us. Agree to her plan. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Slay the princess and slay the princess. Okay. We're going to find ourselves back here eventually. If we're talking about this right now, how do we know we haven't done this before? Okay.
Well, I don't think that's something we'll ever get to know. But odds are we've probably done it before.
No, it's my first time. We're going to find ourselves back here eventually.
And if we do, nothing is stopping us from making the same choice. We could just keep doing this forever.
Yeah? How do you know that things won't end worse? What if when I make my way back here, I'm different and I hurt you? What if I kill you? What if I let you bring about the end of everything?
Who cares? We've hurt each other plenty and I still like you.
You like me?
And if you're hesitating, then you must still like me too.
Oh, yes, of course I like you. We'd have to decide to do this every single time forever. Eventually something is going to be different. What if we change our minds? Is there any other way?
You brought that knife down here for a reason. Either you use it to kill me, or I use it to put things back.
Put things back? You mean killing us? Would resetting it help do anything to help them, the people out there? If you continue to exist, don't they continue to die and suffer?
Fixing that is on you, not me. If you want me to help them, you'll have to make me help them.
Oh. I don't want to forget you.
That's sweet. But unless you do, the whole world ends, right? Not like I care, but it seems important to you.
We have to decide to do this every single time forever. Eventually something's going to be different. What if we change our minds?
Well, if we change our minds, we change our minds. What matters is that we'll always have a choice. This is just the one we're making now.
Mm-hmm. I take it all back. I don't want this. I want to kill you. It's too late to beg being God. I don't like these two options. I'm not gonna do that. So it's either we agree with her right now to believe in us, or we slay the princess. And I don't want to slay her, honestly. I don't want to slay her. Like, for all what happened, I don't want to slay her. So let's agree to her plan.
Okay, if this is your choice, then I have your back. I guess I'll see you on the other side.
Okay.
She takes the blade from our hand, a fondness in her gaze.
There's an option to say I love you! Ah! I love you. I love you.
Oh, I love you too.
Yeah! She loves us! The hero and the princess. Wait, what? What? There's another chapter?
You're on a path
What?
in the woods.
What? I
And
thought
at the end
that's
of
the
that
end!
path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't,
The narrator
it will
is
be
back!
the end of the world.
What? Huh? What? Wait.
Bruh.
Can we just... Huh? How is he back? Huh? Let's just continue to the cabin, I guess.
Bruh.
You're on a path and those in the end of the path is a cabin. Wait, what? That's it? What? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? What happens? What? Is that a good ending? Is that a good ending? I don't know. What? So we just redo everything because I agreed to her at the end not to kill her. What? So we agreed to her that we're not gonna kill each other, and she killed us. So we restart again because we're the long quiet, and we have the power because we were the gods. Huh? I'm so... Huh? Must be a not so good ending. Oh, because you changed the whole time. What? Oh, I changed the timeline? Because I agreed with her? Is that it? Oh, it's almost done. The credits is almost done. I think. There's an axolotl. Our song, finish the game, the good ending doesn't count. What? Oh. Here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. And now that you've finished the full story for the first time, you've also unlocked the gallery. You can access it from the main and in-game menus under the Memories tab, and it is full of clues that will help you find undiscovered vessels and interactions. Happy hunting. There is more? What? Okay. So this is the song that I unlocked. So I can explore the Discord, mailing lists, subreddit, follow somewhere else, make your playlist, play your other game, and return to the main menu. What's your other games? I don't know. Oh, it opens up. Oh, it opens up Steam if you click that. Nice. Oh, it shows Scarlet Hollow. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm adding this to the wish list because it's from the same author. Okay, and then let's return to the main menus. Bro. Oh. How do I know if it's a good ending that I got? Wait, can I just check on Steam if that's the good ending? Wait, Slay the Princess. And then my post-game summary. I just got... You're on the path and at the end of that path is a cabin. But it says, I got an honest heart. Share your happy ending with her. Okay. There is a fucking lot of achievements. So I got not the too good ending because we just restarted stuff. What if I go back and what if I go back there and like do a quick one? I just want to see a quick one. Oh my god, Cosmic. Why would you flashbang everyone? Crazy. Okay, let me go back to chat. I haven't been reading much ever since like the just stuff happened. Okay. Okay. Only reload after credits. 1 of 4 possible endings. See them eventually. I love this game. Your eyes only. Okay, listen to it. It's silly. How did it go, Coffee? What can you say? What can you say? You're a stinky cat, though. No. What? I can't help the choices are bravo. Here we go. See you after credits, bro. This guy again. You got this. Brain literally melting. Yeah, my brain was melting earlier. I didn't know what was happening. Must be a not too good ending. Yeah, because it changed the timeline. Yes and no. You can reload if you wish. Put karaoke ahead. Yes. I should be singing soon because I'm losing time for singing the longer I go with the game. But I do want to check the save like before the credits. Yeah. The other game is Scarlet Hollow. Hope you enjoyed. It's not reload save. The ending is a troll to follow narrator. Oh, I see. I hope you enjoyed. And yes, Memories tab though is chapter 3, 4, and possibly path 5. I wish I had 500 for flashback. Crazy. Why would you do that, Coffee? So that's why Coffee redeemed the flashbang. I see, I see. Hold on. Wonder how many times I can blind chat. Zoinks, don't you dare. Okay, let's check the wait, you can reset the gallery? Crazy. Let's check the memories. I got the adversary, the razor, the stranger, the prisoner, the damsel, happily ever after, and the eye of the needle. And I also got the hero and the princess for the beginning and endings. And the end of everything. The spaces between. Oh, I still haven't. Damn both of you to an incomplete existence. You've unraveled, you're nothing at all, the narrator. The cabin, the woods. You've grown, you've withered. What about this? Oh my god, there's more! Ooh. Destroy her without any outside help. Destroy her without any outside help, and then find your new world. Defeat her without any outside help, and then offer her grace. The fruits of your labor, a world free from death. Return to your strange beginning and slay her once for all. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door, something new we'll experience together. Oh, there's like hints on how you get it, honestly. Ooh. This is chapter 2. And then I have unlocked chapter 2. Yeah, I remember these. So there's more chapter 3 that I can unlock. Oh my god. I believe I can speedrun the game now because I kind of know what happens to some. And then I'll just like skip the dialogues on those that I know. And then not do like I'll just let the dialogue play when I don't know that dialogue, I guess, in the future. Yeah, but we'll see. It was fun unlocking and finally getting my first whole run done. I do wanna continue. I do wanna load up here. Was it? Yeah, here. Let's just take the blade.
That's probably for the best.
And then enter the basement.
Stairs.
Have you
It sounded just.
Continue.
We shouldn't keep.
What if we kill her like immediately?
You'll have all of eternity to yourself after this.
Okay.
So this is it then.
Let's slay her immediately. What's gonna happen?
So, that's how it is. Whatever world you want to build without me, I hope it works out. Despite our differences, I've always loved you. And I wish you nothing but the best.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to see what happens. You blink and the princess is gone. All you have left of her is a small melancholic wreath that sits at the borders of your heart. No! The tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carried a part of what should be you. Things would be now as they were then, but they aren't nothing either.
She's gone. And I don't think she's coming back.
No, she's not. A small part of her is with us.
Is that a metaphor, or are you being literal? It doesn't matter. We don't need to linger down here anymore. Let's get going.
Yeah? Leave the cabin. You leave the basement behind. Then the stairs. and then you leave the cabin itself.
It's quiet here.
Yeah? The path and the woods outside are an empty canvas, but there is even more to see beyond this place. The fruits of your labor, a world free from death. Oh, the fruits of your labor! Set yourself free! The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here is you. What? You feel your wings? Swings! Spanning on a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonizing tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield. What? Is it
gone.
killing us?
She's gone. No one is left to trap us here but us.
Oh my god, I have ad breaks. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Okay, let me wait for everyone. I wait for everyone. Okay. Did I miss the pick inspection? No, you didn't. Had to eat din and stuff. No, you didn't. You didn't. I haven't checked it yet, honestly. I could check it right now since we're in ad break, and you can definitely hear me because you're subbed. So let me check it right now. Oh, it's so cute. Wait, it's bigger than Miyabi. Oh, so cute. Oh, oh, I like it. That's a good plushie. Oh, that's a nice plushie. Also, nice art right there. God damn. That is crazy. I'll never buy ad jokes. Shame on them for spamming blacklist ads. Yeah, I know, right? But I have to. I'm sorry. Cosmic? What's with the exclamation feet? You can't see, but she has a shark tail behind her. It came with one, which is nice. I can pet her. Oh, that's so nice. You can pet a tail. Oh, that's so cute. Shark tail, yes. I don't know what you're talking about. Cosmic? What's the exclamation feet talk about? Now the cuddle sessions are gonna be insane. Oh, true. Alright, the ad breaks is about to be done. We'll continue the game soon. Welcome back everyone from the ads. Welcome back. All right, hope everyone's back. Let's continue, yes, let's continue the game real quick. Okay,
Drink up, bitch.
Drink up. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, here you go. Cheers. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch redeem. Oh, my back crack. I need to kind of stretch my legs too because I don't know why, but my right leg is kind of getting numb. I don't know why, but yeah. But thank you, Cosmic. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very much appreciated. Yes. All right. Yeah, welcome back, Jessica. The art is actually posings I made in Gmod. It takes effort to make those. Ooh. Welcome back, Ian. Ads made me fall and can't get up. Ooh. Oh no. Come here, come here. I put you back up. Come here, come here, come here. Okay, let's continue the game. Ready. So let's open our heart and bear witness to the new kingdom. All at once, the unyielding tension gives way. Ooh, what? It's burning? The fuck? And then the shattering. You are free, and before you lies the endless expanse of absolute reality. A new absolute reality, one forged by your will and by a long and arduous cycle of bloodshed that has stained your hands countless times over. But there will be no more bloodshed in this new world.
It's finally over.
The voice of the broken?
But all of us are still here.
What?
I knew we'd
Oh,
finally
everyone
see
is
it
back!
through. All it takes to be a winner is grit and determination.
We really did win, didn't we? We're the house now. We get to make the rules.
Yeah?
It's nice. No more hunting. No more running. Just us. And whatever's out there.
Absolute reality. Who would have thought there was really a world outside of us? And who would have thought we'd actually wind up siding with him?
The whispering and the coercion and the bickering. Everything horrible about being alive has stopped. I could get used to this.
That wasn't very
Ooh.
hard at all.
Yeah?
Speak for yourself.
Well, boys, how does it feel? We're not just on top of the pecking order, we are the pecking order now.
We are the pecking
I
order
hope
now.
this was all worth it, because I'm personally inconsolable.
Inconsolable.
forever
Oh, the
together.
smitten is back.
Time mends a lot of things. You'll get better.
Hear, hear, to our vanquished foe.
It's good to be back. Now we just have to figure out what to do with ourselves. Forever. No problem. We can do that, yeah?
The contrarian.
Yeah. We can do that.
A new and unending dawn. Slay the princess. Ooh. That's a good one. Okay, does that unlock a new one as well? Memories. Did that unlock a new one? No. Oh, it did! Here. And this. It unlocked this too. Oh, I see, I see. I still have to unlock a lot here. In the hero and the princess. Yeah. Okay. I'd say please reload. Yeah, but we're running out of time, honestly. I would love to set up the karaoke stream already. Because it's kind of late and I do want to get sleep early today. And also to have good gamings with some friends, yeah. Let me check who with our friends are streaming right now so I could like lurk on them real quick. Oh, Doc is already live and doing Far Far West. Oh. He's with the princess. My princess. Oh, he's wearing a glasses. Oh, hi, Doc. Oh, hi. Oh, okay. Oh, I got my healing kisses. Yes. Okay. Oh, the princess is also playing Far Far West with the dog. Oh, so that's why. Oh, that's why. Oh, okay. Okay, I will lurk now. Okay, I lurk now on dock. Okay. If you want to, of course, reload one more time. I mean, no blade best ending in promise. Oh, don't end on slay.
Conclude.
I believe I could, like real quick. If it's just quick, yeah, I believe so. Okay, let's try and reload one again. Without taking the blade, let's
No
just
blade
go
it
enter
is.
the
I'm not sure what we'll
basement.
be able to do. The stairs.
Have you figured out?
It sounded just like that. And
Continue.
down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are.
Hands empty.
So you don't feel like recreating our first meeting detail for detail. I wonder what else will be different.
Uh-huh.
Maybe there's still room for us to chat before the final curtain call.
Before
What
the
do you
final
say?
curtain call. Okay. Okay. I guess we sit up with her. It's just the option like that. So good to finally see you again. I'm sorry for all the times I've hurt you. I don't think I want to be a god. Are you the same as you are out there? Which princess are you? Did you look like you did the first time we met? Is this the real you? So now, can you finally tell me your name? None of this was ever really fair for either of us. What do you think of her? What she wanted us to be? What if we just leave? Okay. Let's ask for her real name.
I never had one. And do not call me the Shifting Mound.
The
It's too
Shifting
much.
Mound.
But I've always been a princess to you, right? So why don't we stick with that?
Yes, princess.
And as for you, well, hero works for me.
Aww.
But that's me. You know, I think I like that.
Aww. Yeah. Oh, that's so sweet. Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you?
I'm the same princess that's been with you since the beginning. And I feel real.
Mm-hmm.
But I also feel like I'm a lot more than I was then. We've been through a lot together. I don't think there's anything more real than that.
Yeah. I'm sorry for all the times I've hurt you.
The first time we met, I cut your throat open. If anyone should be apologizing
Yeah.
for anything, it should be me. You were only trying to help.
You know, when she puts it like that,
Yeah, I know, right? Are you same as you were out there?
I don't know. I'm a part of her, I think. But she's seen so much more than we have. Like, she's seen everything, right? I don't think I could hold all of that without losing myself. I don't think you could either.
Yeah. What did you think of her? What she wanted us to be?
I don't think she's the sort of thing you can really disagree with. It doesn't matter if she's right or wrong because she exists. She's this big, unrelenting force, and there's no arguing with her.
Mm-hmm. I see.
But I guess that was the question out there, wasn't it? And it was the question before you came down here, too. should she get to exist. I'm glad you didn't bring that knife with you.
Aww. Of course,
And like I said
princess.
earlier, I don't really want to be her. I think I just want to be me.
Aw, yeah, that's
I'm
nice.
happy not to be everything. Just being us is plenty.
Yeah. Okay, I already explored this too. None of this was ever really fair for either of us, was it?
No, it really wasn't. But just because it hasn't been fair doesn't mean that it hasn't been worth it. I'm really glad I got to know you.
Aww. Okay, what if we just leave? No, I will explore. Okay, it's so good to
Right
finally
back
see you
at
again.
you. In a way, it hasn't been much time at all, but it feels like it's been forever since I've seen you. Thanks for coming back.
Oh, princess, of course. I don't think I want to be a god.
Doesn't matter what we call ourselves. It's just another label, and I don't think labels have ever helped us. All they do is cram us into boxes where we don't fit.
That's true.
Just like this cabin.
Yeah. Okay, what if we just leave?
Do you know where this cabin is? Because I don't. I don't even know what's supposed to be outside other than us. What would even happen if we leave? What would that even mean?
I know, right? Ooh. We can take her hand? I don't know, but I've always wanted to live with you. I just didn't like being a god. I want to walk through that cabin door as we are, just you and me. Not knowing what it means is why we want it. We know everything out there, but we don't know this. I want to know this. It doesn't matter what happens or what it means. What matters is that we're living together. That's all I want. Oh, those are good. I want to take your hand. She's
I want that
blushing.
too.
Yes, I
I'm gonna
want
stay
to.
right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
Aww. Are you going to be okay alone? Thanks for everything. Are you sure you don't want to come?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be alone for too long anyways. The others are still around here somewhere. I'll find them.
Okay. Leave with the princess. Hands clasped together, you and the princess leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. But there is an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You feel her hand tremble in yours. She's unsure of herself for the first time in her long and short existence. She has no part to play anymore, and she knows this, yet she still is. And then she crosses the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with her.
This is it. I have no idea what it's going to be like out there.
Yeah?
Not that I'm scared or anything. It's exciting, really. Anything could happen.
Yeah?
And if it's bad, then it won't be bad. Not with you.
Oh my god, double your wrist. It's just goddamn. Oh, there's an option to say I love you. There's another option to say I love you to her. Who's going to open it? Are you ready? Neither of us knows what's going to be like out there. Open the door. I don't want to say I love you again. It's I did the I'm Let's ask her if she's ready.
Of course I am. Are you?
And what happens next? Oh, that's the achievement I got. No. Oh, that's so cute though. Oh man. It's a good one. It's a good one. Okay. It's a good one. I got this and this. Oh, so cute. Okay, okay. That's it for Slay the Princess. Thank you again for joining me on this run. I think we could run more, but it's gonna be like a fast speed or like a speed run type of like stuff where I will just like try to unlock this stuff, but not much into the yapping part. Like I will only let it play for the parts that I haven't encountered yet. Yeah, in the future that's gonna be our Slay the Princess runs in case. But yeah, I do wanna hop on to the next game though. I do wanna try and do the Resident Evil already, and also I promised to do Five Nights at Freddy's in the future. So I hope to play Five Nights at Freddy's this month. I mean this coming month for June before we start the Donathon. And hopefully on the Donathon itself, we would be able to start Resident Evil. That's gonna be like most of our Donathon content, hopefully. Aside from the collabs, of course. So we're gonna like deal with a lot of Resident Evil stuff. I wanna speedrun that shit. Yeah. Bravo, thank you, Jessica. W Hero, yes, he is. Resident Evil, yeah! I wanna play it already. I am so left out with Resident Evil. But yeah, that's it for Slay the Princess. And I close the game. And now we head back to our yapping stage. Let me remove the bunny ears. And let's change our hairstyle, I guess. What's a good hairstyle for today? This one? No. This one? No. This one. Okay. Let's go for this one. Yes. And then we're gonna sing. We're gonna sing a lot. Yeah. Where's our... no, not the... I forgot the toggle for the... Oh, there you go. The toggle for the mic. I have to set it up. Hold on. Give me some time. Ah, no! I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I believe that's okay. Yeah. Ready, karaoke time? Yes. Watch how the residents can be evil. Yeah, I know, right? They're scary. Scary. All right. Just kidding. Hope you have fun. And still, I said you're going to be great. Genuinely better singing than I. Aww. No. I hope. Aww. Yeah, we're gonna sing. We're gonna sing a lot today. It's been so long since I did a karaoke stream, so please forgive me if I fumble on the songs. Let me set up the app. Where is it? This and then this. Okay. So yeah. Where is it? Okay, there we go. So it's gonna be on the I sing only when forced. Still, I absolutely love singing. Yeah, it's okay. It should be like you sing when you want to only. Yeah. As much as possible, I hope people don't force you to sing because that's kind of awkward or uncomfy. Yeah. Alrighty. Uh, where is the stuff? Okay, this, and then BlueStacks. Yes. Okay. Let's do a chill one for now. No high noted songs at the first few songs, but we're gonna sing. We're gonna sing a lot, okay? Okay. Any recommendations or requests? I am perfectly fine with that as long as it's something that I know. I could sing it for you. Yeah. Ah, oh, and I have to go BRBP because my mom is here. So, yeah. Before we start singing, just in time. Yeah, we're gonna do a BRB break, okay? I'll be back. Bye. Wait for me. Mwah. I love you all. Wow, Mona Lisa. Wow, Mona Lisa. I'm sorry, I have to I have to stop it there. But I'm back. Hello, 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 I'm back. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yeah, my mom came by. That's why I had to BRB real quick. But I'm back now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Are we ready to sing? We ready? Are we ready? Yes, we're back. We're back. All right, let's do our first chill song, which is just a chill one, which is Lisa's Dream song. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, gotta turn on that reverb again. Reverb, 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 reverb on. I've been thinking that I've got no idea what you're thinking. Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you always gonna hate? Before that night in Tokyo, when it ended, I kinda hoped that it'd be ended. But you never look back. I guess you can hold on to something once you let it go. But I know a place when we could be us. I know it ain't real, but it's real enough. Sun coming down to sun coming up. It's like you're here with me. Whenever I close my eyes, it's taking me back in time. Been drowning in dreams lately, like it's 2019 maybe. Whenever I'm missing you, call you up but I can't get through. Don't know where you sleep lately, but I'll see you in my dreams. Maybe we can get trapped down on a road street. If all that we want is all that you'll ever be. It's bittersweet, at least a girl can dream. I guess that what I'm taking I can get, 'cause I don't get nothing from your friends. If you got her the side of the brain, then why is it harder for me to take? There's so much I might never get to say. Hey, I know a place where we could be us. I know it ain't real, but it's real enough. Sun going down, sun coming up. It's like you're here with me. Whenever I close my eyes, it's taking me back in time. Been drowning in dreams lately, like it's 2019 maybe. Whenever I'm missing you, call you up but I can't get through. Don't know where you sleep lately, but I see you in my dreams. Maybe we could get trapped down a road street. If all that we want is all that we'll ever be. It's bittersweet, at least a girl can dream. No, it's only in my mind, playing 3 nights on the stereo, like a movie scene DiCaprio. Oh, I put my makeup on just to fall asleep. It's like you're here with me. Whenever I close my eyes, it's taking me back in time. Been drowning in dreams lately, like it's 2019 maybe. Whenever I'm missing you, call you up but I can't get through. Don't know where you sleep maybe, but it's 2019 maybe. We can get drunk round a road street. Follow me, fall is all that we'll ever be. It's bittersweet. Can we be friends at least? All right. Oh no, not the ads. All right. Thank you, Zoinks. Okay, I put down the applause to 20 again. Discounted 90% as usual. Every karaoke stream, it will be down to 20. 20 points only. Golden? No. Do you know the Eye of the Tiger? Yes, I do. I do know that. Yeah. I do know that song. Yes. Let me warm up my voice for a little bit. Zoinks. It's a high noted song, I believe. No, Kirby, no, stop. Kirby. Okay, we'll try to sing another one that is like low. Yeah. You lock in, it's part of your playlist for gaming. Oh yeah, it's a good song for locking in. Yeah, that's true. That's so true. Oh, I still have the reverb. Oh. I forgot I have the reverb still on. I'm not used to it. I'm not used to it yet. Forgive me. All right. Let's try. Is this? Huh? She forgore. Yeah, I forgore. Wait, let me listen to this. Also, is my voice and music synced? Like, are they the same, or is anything lagging on the other end? Like, is my voice they good? Okay, that's good. Wait, let me listen to this first, okay? Huh? Oh, it's a high noted one.
Kegluder.
Gigluder. I could try this one. Yeah. Let me try this song, okay? I can't remember when you weren't there, when I didn't care for anyone but you. I swear we've been through everything there is. Can't imagine anything we missed. Can't imagine anything the two of us can't do. Through the years, you've never let me down. You've turned my life around. The sweetest days I've found with you. Through the years, I've never been afraid. I've loved the life we made, and I'm so glad I stayed right there with you through the years. I can't remember what I used to do, who I trusted, who I listened to before. And I swear you've taught me everything I know. Can't imagine needing someone so. But through the years it seems to me I need you more and more. Through the years, through all the good and bad, I know how much we had. I've always been so glad to be with you. Through the years, it's better every day. You've kissed my tears away. As long as it's okay, I'll stay with you through the years. Through the years when everything went wrong, together we were strong. I know that I belong right here with you. Through the years, I never had a doubt. We'd always work things out. I've learned what's life's about by loving you through the years. Through the years, you never let me down. You turned my life around. The sweetest days I found with you. Through the years, it's better every day. You've kissed my tears away. As long as it's okay, I'll stay with you through the years. Hey! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's a good song, honestly. It's a chill one, not too high. Yeah. Thank you, Kian. Yeah, that's an old song, but this one was sang by a girl. It's a cover, I guess. Yeah, that was a cover, but yeah, it's a girl version cover. That is a good one. It's a good one, yeah. So, how is everyone? Hmm? Hi, Chloe. How was your wrist so far, Chloe? Are you feeling okay? Is everyone feeling okay? Is the wrist? Oh no, you haven't checked? Question mark. You just stopped caring about it. Oh man, that sucks though. That sucks though. Man. Okay. I hope the wrist thing goes away. Like it's gone soon. I do want it gone soon, man. That sucks. Oh, burp. Oh my god, it's Munch! Hi, Munch! Oh, hi. Oh, hi. You're just in time. I just started my karaoke stream. I just finished my second song. Yeah, yeah. It's whatever though. Oh my god. It's gonna be hard to goon though, right? Go. Hard to goon with just one hand. Can't goon. Can't hold boobs. No, because it's my left hand. No, but you can't hold boobs together with just one hand. That's hard. Right? 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 You like, bruh. I got another hand in the mouth. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, you got a point. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got a point with that. Yes. That's an option. Well, honestly, that's a better option. Okay. Let's try another song, and hopefully that will prep up my voice for a higher noted song. What's a good one? Damn, it's all Filipino songs that are appearing in my recommended. The fuck? Huh? Oh, is this a high noted song? I think so, but I just wanna I just wanna sing this one. Huh? Nah, it's huh? It's not the one I know. This one's better. Look at the stars, look how they shine for you. And everything you do, yeah, they were all yellow. I wrote a song for you, and all the things you do, and it was called Yellow. So then I took my turn. Oh, what a thing to have done. And it was all yellow. Your skin, oh yeah, your skin and bones turn into something beautiful. Do you know, I love you so. You know I love you so. I swam across, I jumped across for you. Oh, what a thing to do. 'Cause you were all yellow. Drew a line, I drew a line for you. Oh, what a thing to do. And it was all yellow. Your skin, oh yeah, your skin and bones turn into something beautiful. Do you know, for you I'll bleed myself dry. For you I'll bleed myself dry. It's true. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine for. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine for you. Look how they shine. Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you. And all the things you do. Yeah. It's Yellow by Coldplay. Yes. Nice. I believe that's a good one. Yes, 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 yes. Clap, clap, clap. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I believe we're ready for the requested song. Ah! Hi, Zux. I'm good today. I'm good. How are you? How are you? We're having a karaoke moment right now. We're having a singing day today, as I promised. Yeah. I hope you have fun. I hope you all are chilling today. And I hope my voice will not break your ears and let you go to sleep good. She's killing it. Cuckoo. Damn. Damn. I'm good. That's nice, guys. Yeah, feel free to chill with us. You hit the Yoshi note so well? Really? After slaying it earlier? Damn! Great singing. Thank you much. If you have any songs that you want me to sing, let me know. As long as I know the song, I will sing it for you. Yeah. It's an open lobby. Yes. Except Golden. Is it time? Yes. It's Eye of the Tiger, right? Honestly, this song is like... Wait, is this it? Hold on. Let me just listen to it first. Was it this one? Oh yeah, it was! Wait, hold on. There's no lyrics! What the fuck is this? Oh, because it's... Nah. Oh, hell no. Is there like a version of it that is like a karaoke? Oh, it's a different version? Oh, it is. Okay. Okay, let's do this one, okay? Bat. Oh shit, there's an ad! Fuck! Fuck! No, there's an ad! No! Okay, hold on. Let me... Wait. Indeed. I'm sorry. I will have to stop the song. I will wait for everyone. After the ads, we will sing. Okay, I will sing after the ads. I will wait for everyone. I will accommodate everyone. Okay, let's just chat for now. I'm so sorry. I was supposed to. Okay. I wait for everyone. I will wait for everyone. Yeah. Holy reverb, yeah. We will glue everyone, breathe, no beef, yes. I wait for everyone. I will wait for you. Don't leave me, please, don't leave me. Oh, Helena, yeah, sure, of course. Mr. Bombastic Shaggy? What, do I know that? Wait, let me check. Let me try and check on my end first. Oh! I think I know this. Mr. Bombastic, Telefantastic. Oh, no.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland Signature Purified Water using code NDMU.
Oh, that's the song. I finally know it. Thank you for the hydrate redeem, Zux. Thank you. Nice burp. Okay. I responded to everyone. Also, thank you, Zux, for the hydrate and stretch. I just hydrated. Oh, my back. Awa, awa. Yes. I have a dog right now, though. I have a dog. I have the dog. There is a dog. There is a dog. Oh, hi, dog. Oh, hi, dog. The dog. It's the dog. There is a dog. What if I just added super? No, you don't. You dare, Soings. Don't you dare. Not when I'm. No, no. Not when I'm in singing mode. Yeah. So. Oh my god. Mr. Bombastic, Telefantastic. It's a gonna be drained after that. Yeah. I don't want to. I don't want to like gasp for air while singing. It's hard. Yeah. Oh my god, my dog. Why do you want some back scratches now? Anyway, welcome back from the ads. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I waited for everyone. Are we ready for the song? Are we ready for the song? Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Rising up, back on the street. Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You trade for passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams on the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of arrival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night. And his watching is on with the eye of the tiger. Face to face, out in the heat, hanging tough, staying hungry. They stack the odds, still we take to the street for the kill and the skills to survive. It's the eye of tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of arrival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching his eye with the eye of tiger. Straight to the top, had the gods, got the glory. Went the distance, now I'm not gonna stop. Just a man and his will to survive. It's the eye of tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of a rival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching his eye with the eye of tiger. Da da da, bam bam bam, bam bam bam. The eye of the tiger. The eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. And that's it for the eye of the tiger. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Zax. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Zax. Thank you, thank you. We're just chilling. Yes, yes, yes. We're chilling today. How did that go, Zoinks? I hope you liked it. Yes. So next song is Helena, as requested by the End of the Claw. I like MCR. I'm a big MCR fan. Yes. Okay, let me drink a little bit. Mr. Bombastic, after. I'll try it after. Yes, I don't know the whole song, I'm sorry, but I think I do know, like, Mr. Bombastic, Telefantastic. That's it, right? Mr. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? We're gonna maximize this time to sing and sing and sing and sing, yeah? Alright. Time for My Chemical Romance, Helena. Long ago, just like the hearse you die to get in again. We are so far from you, burning up just like a match you strike to incinerate the lives of everyone you know. And what's the worst you take from every heart you break? And like the blade you stay, well, I've been holding on tonight. What's the worst thing I can say? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. Came a time when every star fall brought you to tears again. We are the very hurt you sold. And what's the worst you take from every heart you break? And like the blade you stay, well, I've been holding on tonight. What's the worst thing I can say? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. And if you carry on this way, things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. Are you near me? Can we pretend to leave then we'll meet again when both our cars collide? What's the worst thing I can say? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. And if you carry on this way, things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. Yeah.
Get glued.
I get glued. Yeah. Thank you, Zags. Wow. That was MCR. Yes. Let me see if it appears here. Is it this one? It doesn't even have a lyric. What the fuck? Hold on. Beautiful voice, thank you. Hell yeah, yes, hell yeah, Tickle, yes. You know Chevelle by any chance? Is that a singer or the song? If that's so, I don't know. I'm sorry. A band? No, I'm sorry. This is the first time I've heard of the band. Okay, let me try Bombastic. I cannot guarantee the whole song. I only know, like, you know, the memes because of it. It's the meme. Want to headbutt you, but it doesn't work? What? Huh? The headbutt doesn't work? Huh? What? Huh? Oh. Does it not? Wait, hold on. Can I? It works though. What do you mean, huh? What do you mean it doesn't work? Huh? Oh, not for you. Oh. You might not have enough points or something. I don't know how it works. Like, really? You might not have enough points to redeem. But yeah. Just consider that headbutt from you, yeah? Wanted to hear Send the Pain Below? Oh, that's the title? Send the Pain Below? Yeah? Wait, let me... You have 300 points, but you can't buy a headbutt. That's unusual. Have you tried restarting? Have you tried refreshing your browser or your app? A song that made me cry. Aww. Oh, it works now. You've redeemed it. Thank you. Okay. Let's try Mr. Bombastic. It's an easy one. I won't put a reverb, I guess. Mr. Bombastic. Yeah. Mr. Lobo Lobo. Mr. Lobo Lobo. Mr. Lobo Lobo. Mr. Lobo Lobo. She called me Mr. Bombastic. Tell me some fantastic. Touch me in the back and share. I'm Mr. Romantic. Say me fantastic. Touch me in the back. She say I'm Mr. Just like a sick, soft cuddle, hug me up like a quilt. Like a cold lover, don't take you for no pill. My sexual sick, yeah, you know we've been. Oh well, me can't you tell? I'm just like a turtle growing out of my shell. Got you captivate my body to under a spell. With a cuss, cause I really love your sweet smell. I don't know the whole song, I'm sorry. Get a rejection, they can go to hell. Mr. Bombastic, tell me fantastic. Touch me in the back, he says I'm Mr. Romantic, send me fantastic. Touch me in my back, she say I'm Mr. Bombastic. Send me fantastic. Rush me in my back, she says I'm Mr. Romantic, send me fantastic. Touch me in my back, she says I'm Mr. Boom. Okay, that's it. I can't continue anymore. That one was funny though. That's a meme though. You say I'm Mr. Bombastic, tell me fantastic. Oh, I wanna sing this one. Classic. This one is a classic that I'll sing next. Thank you. Okay, I'll sing it. If you know Guns N' Roses, I'ma sing "Sweet Child of Mine." Yeah, thank you, Zax. She's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories where everything was as fresh as a bright blue sky. Now and then when I see her face, she takes me away to that special place. And if I stare too long, I'd probably break down and cry. Oh, sweet child of mine. Oh, sweet love of mine. She's got eyes of the bluest skies, as if they thought of rain and then and I look into those eyes and I don't know the whole song, I'm sorry. Her hair reminds me of a warm, safe place where as a child I'd hide and pray for thunder and rain to quietly blast me by. Oh, sweet child of mine. Oh, sweet love of mine. Whoa, oh, sweet child of mine. Whoa, oh, sweet love of mine. Whoa, sweet child of mine. Whoa, sweet love of mine. Oh my god, I missed my guitar! Fuck! Why did you do this? Oh my god. That was a good one. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. Okay. Was a good one. Was a good one. Wait, I remember I noted some songs that I wanted to sing. Where is it? Where is it? Where did I put it? Billie Jean? No! What do you want me to sing a lot of Michael Jackson? Okay, let's do a chill song this time. If you're not the one, then why does my soul feel glad today? If you're not the one, then why does my hand fit yours this way? If you were not mine, then why does my heart return my call? If you were not mine, why do I have the strength to stand at all? I'll never know what the future brings, but I know you're here with me now. We'll make it through, and I hope you are the one I share my life with. I don't wanna run away, but I can't take it. I don't understand. If I'm not made for you, then why does my heart tell me that I am? Is there any way that I can stay in your arms? If I don't need you, then why am I crying on my bed? If I don't need you, then why does your name resound in my head? If you're not for me, then why does this distance maim my life? If you're not for me, then why do I dream of you as my wife? I don't know why you're so far away, but I know that this much is true. We'll make it through, and I hope you are the one I share my life with. And I wish that you could be the one I die with. And I pray and you're the one I build my home with. I hope I love you all my life. I don't wanna run away, but I can't take it. I don't understand. If I'm not made for you, then why does my heart tell me that I am? Is there any way that I can stay in your arms? 'Cause I miss you. Body is so strong that it takes my breath away. And I breathe you into my heart and pray for the strength to stand today. 'Cause I love you, whether it's wrong or right. And though I can't be with you tonight, you know my heart is by your side. I don't wanna run away, but I can't take it. I don't understand. If I'm not made for you, then why does my heart tell me that I am? Is there any way that I could stay in your arms? Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's a chill song. At least it gave my throat a little bit of breathing. Yes, yes. Also, I think. Oh yeah, I have to take my medis. Hold on. It's medis time. Medis time. Goodbye to my husbandos and wives. They be gone. Bye. Bye, wives. Yes. The anime husbandos and wives gone after I drank that. Yeah. The pill. Crush 40? What? Huh? What's Crush 40? What? Huh? 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 What? Huh? A bling. A bling. A bling. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry. Oh, let's do a good one. Go on, go on. This is a high noted song. Let's see if I can still sing it. I'm gonna cry, but yeah, I mean, why not, right? All these bangers are non-existent. I'm sorry. I'm not that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I do love music, but Auntie is not in the right generation, I guess. Anyway, I know you will like this song next, Zoinks. Don't worry, you will like this song next, yes. Is this a good? Nope. That's not a good version. Hold on. I'm gonna find a better version. Why is it so high? What the fuck? Yeah. This one. How can you see into my eyes like open doors, leading you down into my core, where I've become so numb without a soul. My spirit's sleeping somewhere cold until you find it there and lead it back home. Wake me up inside, wake me up inside, call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run before I come undone. Save me from the nothing I've become. Now that I know what I'm without, you can't just leave me. Breathe into me and make me real. Bring me to life. Wake me up inside, wake me up inside, call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run before I come undone. Save me from the nothing I've become. I've been living a lie. There's nothing inside. Bring me to you. Frozen inside without your touch, without your love, darling. Only you are the life I'm under. All of this time, I can't believe I couldn't see. Kept in the dark, but you were there in front of me. I've been slipping 1,000 years, it seems. Got to open my eyes to everything. Without a thought, without a force, without a soul. Don't let me die here. There must be something more. Bring me to life. Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside. Call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run before I come undone. Save me from the nothing I've become. Bring me to you. There's nothing inside. Bring me to oh my god. Thank you, thank you. Yes, I'm gonna get some water. My throat kinda hurt from that, but yeah, I enjoyed that song. Gotta stretch. clip, no, the song won't be heard. Only my voice will be recorded, not the background music, unfortunately. Yes, because we don't want to be copyrighted. I don't want the VOD to get heated, so only my voice will be in the VOD. Even if you clip it, I'm sorry. Only the voice. The voices. That's the best part. Oh my god. Hearing me sing bring me to life in a cappella, crazy. Crazy. Whew, I survived that. It's been so long since I survived Bring Me to Life. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's do a chill song. Like, okay, I'm gonna go down VR chat now. Okay. Have good VR chatting. Have good VR chatting. The claw. The end of the claw. Yes. Have fun, have fun. Have fun, have fun, have fun. Thanks for hanging out. Alright. We will chill on the next song. Which is Dandelions, yes. Maybe it's the way you say my name. Maybe it's the way you play your games. But it's so good. I've never known anybody like you. But it's so good. I've never dreamed of nobody like you. And I've heard of a love that comes once in a lifetime. And I'm pretty sure that you are that love of mine. 'Cause I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you'd be mine. Mine. And I see forever in your eyes. I feel okay when I see you smile. Smile. Wishing on dandelions all of the time. Praying to God that one day you'll be mine. Wishing on dandelions all of the time. All of the time. I think that you are the one for me. 'Cause it gets so hard to breathe when you're looking at me. I've never felt so alive and free. When you're looking at me, I've never felt so happy. And I've heard of a love that comes once in a lifetime. And I'm pretty sure that you are that love of mine. 'Cause I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you'd be mine. Mine. And I see forever in your eyes. I feel okay when I see you smile. Smile. Wishing on dandelions all of the time. Praying to God that one day you'll be mine. Wishing on dandelions all of the time. All of the time. Dandelion into the wind you go. Won't you let my darling know? Dandelion into the wind you go. Won't you let my darling know that I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you'd be mine. Mine. And I see forever in your eyes. I feel okay when I see you fly. dandelions all of the time. Praying to God on a day in your mind. Wishing on dandelions all of the time, all of the time. I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you'll be mine, mine. Yay! Alright, that's Dandelions by Ruth B. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Ooh, I wanna sing this one. It's a chill song, I guess. Yeah. I don't know the whole song, I think. Let me see. Trouble he will find you no matter where you go. No matter if you're fast, no matter if you're slow, oh. The eye of the storm or the cry in the morning, oh. You're fine for a while, but you start to lose control. Is there in dark, is there in my heart? He waits in the wings, he's gotta play a part. Trouble is a friend, yeah, trouble is a friend of mine. Oh. Trouble is a friend, but trouble is a foe. No matter what I feed him, he always seems to grow. He sees what I see and he knows what I know. So don't forget us as you whiz on down the road. He's there in the dark, he's there in my heart. He waits in the wings, he's gotta play a part. Trouble is a friend, yeah, trouble is a friend of mine. Oh, so don't be alarmed if it takes you by the arm. I won't let him win, but I'm sucker for his charm. Trouble is a friend, yeah, trouble is a friend of mine. Oh, this part I don't know already. How I try to make him leave. I try. But he's there in the dark, he's there in my heart. He waits in the winds, he's gotta play a part. Trouble is a friend, yeah, trouble is a friend of mine. So don't be alarmed if it takes you by the arm. I won't let him win, but I'm a sucker for his charm. Trouble is a friend, yeah, trouble is a friend of mine. Yeah. That's a chill song. I like it. I like it. I like that song. It's a chill song. Yes. What the fuck? Why is it opening TikTok? No, I don't want to open TikTok. No TikToker in this house. No, no. What? Why is it opening TikTok? Stop opening TikTok. The fuck? I don't want to open TikTok. There's an app. It's where is a mage. Is a mage. Ooh. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I had to burp. Wait, let me make friends
It's time
drink.
to hydrate with some
No!
Kirkland purified water using code NDMU.
Andy Moo. Okay, we make Doc hydrate. And we give him the hit pads. And I guess that's it. Yes. Okay. Then let's just give him a Are You Winning Son? Let's make Rosie drink as well. Care package for the Rosie. Hydrated. Okay. Oh, Coffee is live. The Dookie is alive.
Hello.
What is he gaming? What is this Dookie gaming? Oh, he's playing Far Far West as usual. This addicted stinky cat, I swear, is a mage. What? No! What? Alright. We made them drink. Also, thank you for the follow, Andres. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Thank you again for the hydrate and stretch. Zoink. Yeah, yes. Big burp, yes. I go drink now. We are good. Alright. It's time for the next one. Welcome, 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 welcome. Okay.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now, back to our show.
Thank you so much. Love you too, nephew. Alright, alright. Okay. We will be singing. We will be singing this one. This one. We're gonna make it cold. You know why? You know why we're gonna make it cold? Do you wanna know why I'm... Excuse me. We're gonna make it cold. Because we're gonna sing Let It Go. After this, I'm gonna go pee. Okay, after this, we're gonna go pee, okay? Snow glows white on a mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this whirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I tried. Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good girl you always have to be. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go, let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. It's funny how some distance makes everything seem small, and the fears that once controlled me can't get to me at all. It's time to see what I can do to test the limits and break through. No right, no wrong, no rules for me. I'm free. Let it go, and never see me cry. Here I stand, and here I'll stay. Let the storm rage on. The power flurries to the air and to the ground. My soul is spiraling and frozen fractals all around, and one dot crystallizes like an icy blast. I'm never going back. The past is in the past. Let it go, let it go. And I'm rising to break of dawn. Let it go. Let it go. The perfect girl is gone. Here I stand in the light of day. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. Yeah. Oh, well, no. I'm just kidding. My eyes bald. Man, I was late to the toggle. I was supposed to turn my model into that into that when I say the let it go. Let it go. Yeah, but yeah. I fumbled my toggles. Okay. We're gonna chill. Do I know this? Oh yeah. Tell me that I'm special. Tell me I look pretty. Tell me I'm a little angel, sweetheart of your city. Say what I'm dying to hear, 'cause I'm dying to hear you. Tell me I'm the new thing. Tell me that I'm relevant. Tell me got a big heart and back it up with evidence. I need it and I don't know why. This late at night, isn't it lonely? I'd do anything to make you want me. I'd give all up if you told me that I'd be the number one girl in your eyes. You're one and only. So what's it gonna take you to want me? I'd give it all up if you told me that I'd be the number one girl in your eyes. Yep. I don't know that. I don't know the next after that. I just wanted to try it. It was like magic. Do you got powers or something? The power of toggles and VTube Studio. Yes. Anyway, once the ad starts, we're gonna go pee. And you also have to go pee. So go pee with me, okay? Yeah, we're all gonna hold hands while we pee. I'll see you all in 3 minutes, you guys, okay? 3 minutes. And then we'll back to singing again, okay? See ya. Pee break. Hello, I am back. Yes, we are back. We are back. Let me change my hairstyle a bit. Kind of getting fed up of the hairstyle. Let's do this one. Yes, we're gonna sing. We're gonna sing again. Yes. All right. We're gonna sing a chill song this time. A chill song for now. Yes, yes, yes. Heart beats fast. More. One step closer. One step closer. For 1,000 years, I love you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. heart. Yay! That is one chill song done. Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Okay. To those that are new to the stream, welcome, welcome, welcome. We're doing a karaoke moment right now. It's the singing day of the month. And I intend to do that every month. We're gonna have a singing stream. Yes? Yes? We're gonna have fun. We're gonna chill. And if you're just lurking, I really appreciate it. Yes? If you have any songs you want to request of me, yes, feel free to do that. As long as I know it, I will sing it for you. Okay? Okay, okay, okay. Oh, and I forgot. Like, I remember, like, when I started doing this karaoke streams, I remember telling that we should have, like, a question of the day type shit, yeah. That's a good question for everyone to answer while while I'm singing, you have the time to just type in and explain your stuff, right? Or share anything you want under the blue, yeah? Yeah? Let's make it a silly question. Okay. Question of the day. Let me type it and pin it. Question of the day. What body part do you wet first when you shower? Let's have that pinned. And why? Why that body part? It's gonna be a silly topic, but yeah. On my end, I always wet my feet first. Like, I make sure it's feet first. Then going upwards. So I don't shock myself to the coldness of the water. Because like, Filipinos don't usually have a heater. So, yeah. That's why I always wet my feet first. Going upwards. Because I don't want to shock myself into like the sudden coldness, especially of the water. But if it's the summer like today, oh my god, I turned on the faucet. Oh my god, it's fucking hot. The water from the faucet is hot. I don't need a heater. The sun is our heater. It's so fucking hot outside, man. Like it says today, it's 33 degrees Celsius. In my area. Crazy hot, man. Hair? Oh yeah, that's reasonable. Like you just like let the shower just go to your hair first, yeah. On my end, I turn on the shower, but I avoid the water at all costs. Start with my feet. And yeah, start with my feet and going up because it's it's safer. I don't want to shock myself into the sudden cold. Because I get the cool look when I shower. Oh, that wet drippy look. I see. Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah. Good reason. Yes. Hmm. Hmm. What's the next song that we can sing? Do I know this? It's familiar. Nah, I don't know it. But I can find a good shampoo because it's America. Everything is fake. Oh yeah. Like I also noticed like there's like a lot of stuff like in America that is like volumizing, I think. If I remember correctly, yeah. Like there are types of shampoos out there too in America compared to here in the Philippines. In the Philippines, the shampoos that you will usually see here is always anti-freeze or making dandruff go away or um what you call it conditioning. Meanwhile in America, the one that I saw like on the shelves from the dollar store is like volumizing or normal shampoo and stuff. But yeah, I tried the volumizing, bro. My hair is thick as fuck already. It looked more thick as fuck, and it's so fucking hot. When I tried the volumizing shampoo, I gave it away because I'm like, bruh, I have too much hair already in my head. Why do I want to make it volumized, right? I would look like a witch with that. Can't find a good shampoo because American is fake. Bro, I wish I had, like, I know, right? In here, it's like, yeah, anti-frizz. Always anti-frizz because the air here is humid and you will get frizzy hair. Easy. Still trying to adjust to having long hair. Oh my god. Good luck. Having a long hair means you have to take care of it more. You have to always comb it at least once or twice a day. And you have to at least have a routine with it every week. At least one deep cleaning shampoo every week with conditioner. And you don't have to shampoo it regularly because the oils have to be like not stripped off always. Yeah. Okay, this is the only time you need to ask advice to a woman about hair. I mean, it depends on the type of your hair as well as by the way. And yeah, with long hair, I do have a long hair as well. And it depends on the climate on where you are living, by the way. Like if the climate is dry air or dry hot or humid hot. Like in my end, it's always humid hot here. So I tend to have frizzy hair. Like it's frizzy as fuck, even though I don't mean it to be. It's because of the climate. Um, but in cases, like other cases, I believe it's better to have like you don't shampoo it every day. Like if you take a bath every day, you don't clean it with shampoo every day because that's gonna strip off the oils, the natural oils in your hair, and it's gonna make it frizzy. Um, but on the other hand, if you want to shampoo it daily, especially if you do work outside or your work involves like getting dirty, of course you're gonna need to shampoo it daily. But the to compensate the oils getting stripped off, you have to condition it every day as well. And by conditioning, you're also prone to dandruff if you don't rinse it correctly. And usually that's the case for like conditioners, shampoo with conditioners or just conditioners itself. It's hard to rinse off because it's so fucking slime, not slimy, so fucking smooth, I'd say. Yeah, it makes it so smooth and slippery, but yeah, it also causes dandruff, by the way. So that's on my end for my hair. I usually do I I shampoo my hair twice a week. Twice. I deep shampoo it. Like, it's not just one shampoo. I do it twice shampoo in one shower. But I do that only twice a week. So I only wet my hair twice a week. Why? Because I noticed it when I was showering daily that my hair kept on getting frizzy and frizzy and frizzy. I look like a witch because of like the frizziness. I stopped doing that and my hair thanked me for it. It had a glossy feel now. It has a glossy look now. So twice a week. Twice a week. I shower and I wet my hair. But I do shower every day. Only my head is getting wet. Like my hair only gets wet twice a week and gets cleaned twice a week. And on that twice a week, the other it's like alternate. So one day it's only full like shampoo, just shampoo twice. And then the second shampooing day, I will condition it. I will condition it. Like, let it simmer in the conditioner for 5 minutes before I rinse it properly. And that's it. And then I let it dry in air. By air, I mean. Dry by air. Yeah, I don't dry using hair blowers. You do both almost every day. I mean, that's okay if you're like going outside every day, I believe. But since my work requires me to just like sit in the house and do nothing, I mean, do I even get dirty? I don't know. Maybe over time, but not as dirty as someone who goes outside daily. Because I don't interact with like, you know, the smoke, the pollution of the city and stuff. So yeah, that's understandable. It's okay to do it every day if you're going outside always, yeah. But I do shower every day. My body, yes. My body, my face. I always have to do my skincare and my dental hygiene, of course. Yes. But my hair, I always do it twice, and it's never been better. It's so better this time. I'm just like thankful I did this routine to myself. So you don't have to follow me directly, like direct. You can find your hair blah 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 blah. Your hair preferences. Like, it's a trial and error, I'd say. It's a trial and error type shit, you know. It took me how many years before I got to this point of knowing that I should only clean it twice a week, right? But of course, if there's gonna be like changes to my lifestyle, like for example, I have to go to the office or I have to go to work like more often, then I might increase the amount of times I clean my hair, of course. And that's how I observe it. That's like it will be based on how I observe how my hair will look like over the days. Yeah. So you have to find your sweet spot for that hair routine. Yeah. It's hard, but once you get it, it's worth it, I swear. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Yes. Yes. And thank you for opening it up to me. I mean, especially men with dealing with their hair. Yeah, not all men is like open into that. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, that's understandable. But I appreciate it that you're opening it. Like some men, if you ask like, oh, what's your hair routine, they're gonna be like, put shampoo, dry it, done. and then I'm gonna be like, so that's why you're balding, bro. Just kidding. I still have a dandruff problem, by the way. Yeah. I still have a dandruff problem because of the conditioner. I fucking hate conditioners, man. And also the climate here is like, you're gonna be prone to dandruff because of the climate here, because of the humidity. It like cultivates the dandruff germs more. That sounds about like live and learn. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Honestly, that is true. All right, time for the next song. We've been yapping for quite a long time. All right. All right. We're gonna sing a classic again from Green Day. Even though it's not yet September, we're gonna sing it. Summer has Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father's come to pass, 7 years has gone so fast. Wake me up when September ends. Here comes the rain again, falling from the stars. Drenched in my pain again, becoming who we are. As my memory lasts, never forget what I lost. Wake me up when September ends. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Da 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 da. Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Ring out the bells again, like we did when spring began. Wake me up when September ends. Here comes the rain again, falling from the stars. Drenched in my pain again, becoming who we are. As my memory rests, I never forget what I lost. Wake me up when September ends. Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father's come to pass, 20 years has gone so fast. Wake me up when September ends. Wake me up when September ends. Wake me up when September ends. Yeah. All right, that's Wake Me Up when September ends. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the thoughts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Why don't we go for a high-noted song, yeah? Yeah? Hmm. 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 What? Do I know this? Hold on. Oh. Is this the version? I don't know. I know there's something in the wake of your smile. I get a notion from the look in your eyes, yeah. You've built a love, but the love falls apart. Oh my god, it's so fast. Why? Hold on. No, that's not the one I know. I guess I'll just sing a different one. Let's go for a Twilight song. But I like Paramore, bruh. How can I decide what's right when you're clouding up my mind? I can't win, you're losing sight all the time. How can I ever own what's mine when you're always taking sides? But you won't take away my pride. No, not this time. Not this time. The truth is hiding in your eyes, and it's hanging on your tongue, just boiling in my blood. But you think that I can see what kind of man that you are. If you're a man at all, well, I will this one out on my own. I'm screaming on my own. My thoughts you can't decode. How did we get here? Liars to know you so well. Yeah. How did we get here? Well, I think I know. Do you see what we've done? We're gonna make such fools of ourselves. Do you see what we've done? We're gonna make such fools of ourselves. Yeah, yeah. How did we get here? Well, I used to know you so well. Yeah, yeah. How did we get here? Well, I used to know you so well. I think I know. I think I know. Oh, there is something I see in you. It might kill me. I want it to be true. That's a nice one. That's a nice one. Yes, 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 yes. I agree. I agree. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. We're gonna sing a lot more. Yes. I believe I can sing for 45 more minutes and then we're gonna end stream. Because I have to go outside and bring like I gotta bring and buy eggs and I'm gonna bring some money, gonna withdraw some money, and I have to go some groceries, so I'll have to end the stream a bit early, I guess. No, is it early? I don't know. No, it's not. I'm gonna end the stream on my usual ending terms. Yes, in like 45 minutes we'll end the stream, and then yeah, I'll be out and about IRL. Although it's fucking hot outside, I have to go out. Yeah, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I mean, can't do anything about it, right? So yeah, we're just gonna chill. Just sing probably 45 minutes more and then we're gonna end stream. Yeah, that's the plan so far, yeah. Okay, so those who are new to the stream, today we have a question of the day. What body part do you wet first when you shower? Yeah, feel free to share your stuff. Might be TMI. I don't know. Is this TMI? Maybe not. Will this lower down the prices of the food? No. Will answering stop the wars? Maybe. Just kidding. Oh my god. All right. let's do another song. A bit lively song. Yeah. Very old song, yes. I'd say. Yeah. But I'm a fan of this band. I like this band a lot. Go on, leave me breathless. Yeah. The daylight's fading slowly, but time with you is standing still. I'm waiting for you only. The slightest touch and I feel weak. I cannot lie. From you I cannot hide, and I'm losing a will to try. Can't hide it, can't fight it. So go on, come on, leave me breathless. Tempt me, tease me, until I can't deny this loving feeling. Make me long for your kiss. Go on, yeah, come on. Yeah. And if there's no tomorrow, and all we have is here and now, you're all I love to have you, and all the love I need somehow. It's like a dream, although I'm not asleep, and I never want to wake up. Don't lose it, don't leave it. So go on, come on, leave me breathless. Tempt me, tease me, until I can't deny this loving feeling. Make me long for your kiss. Go on, yeah, come on. Hi, Munch. I hope you're having fun. I cannot lie. From you I cannot hide, and I lost my will to try. Can't hide it, can't fight it. So go on, come on, leave me breathless. Tempt me, tease me, until I can't deny this loving feeling. Make me long for your kiss. Go on, come on, leave me breathless. Go on, come on, leave me breathless. Go on, come on, leave me breathless. Go on. Yeah. Nice. Absolutely slaying it right now. Damn, nice. Thanks so much. Also, how are you? Or how was Far West with the stinky coffee? Wait. Oh, you're not doing? Huh? Oh, you're done playing Far West? Oh, you're doing a biotic. Okay. You're doing a biotic factor. Are you gonna play it with the coffee? Have fun playing with the coffee later. Yeah. He's on BRB though. Finished up a bit ago, but the coffee was super stinky. Yeah, he is a super stinky coffee. Very stinky. Very stinky. stanky, Coffee. He do be very stanky. I don't have that game, just planning on getting cozy for the night. Oh, about to sleep? Nice. Munch, did you hear the song that I recorded based on Coffee's recording, like Coffee's music? Did Coffee share it to you? You recorded it already? No, Coffee sent me like samples of his works, and one of them has this vibe that I really like the most, and I created lyrics for Coffee for it, and I sang it and sent them a recording of it. And what he said is like, yeah, silly Nachi. That's what he said to me, and I'm like, that's it. I don't know. I think I didn't. I think I didn't make it good, I guess. I have not seen. Oh, you're missing out. No, Munch. She didn't share it to you. No. Oh, that's sad. Like, it's that song with the karaoke lead too that he sent to me, and I created lyrics for it and sang it, recorded singing it, and sent it to Coffee.
Keg glued.
Then Nachi got good singing voice. Oh, much thank you. The glaze is real. If Coffee allows, like, if Coffee says yes, I guess I could share it to you. I don't know. I will have to ask Coffee because it's his music. It's his music. Yeah. He's the one who created the music. I just like went up and just created the lyrics of Coffee for it and just sang it without his permission. So I'm like, I gotta send it to him first. It's not glaze if it's true though. I don't know. I do think of myself as average though. Like I know there's like someone far more better than me out there. Yeah. I'm not that very, 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 very good with singing, yeah. Comparison kills joy. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe. I can sing. That one thing that I have confidence in is that I can sing. But I hope I'm not giving out so much expectations for everyone. Like, everyone doesn't expect too much of me, hopefully. Yeah. Just take the compliment. You could have been a bad singer. Like, oh, okay, fine. I'm taking it. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you much. You'll always be the best in my book voice. Oh, sorry. Aw. Don't make me cry, you guys. You're making me cry. No making cry. No making cry, Di. No, not auntie. Auntie, no crying, yes. Okay, let's sing a next song. Let's do an Ari one. I wanna try this one. I like Ariana Grande. Maybe I can send you. Okay. Munch, I'll just send you the lyrics that I did, but not the recording because this one I created myself. I just need permission from Coffee for the music. But yeah, I can send to Munch the yes, that one. The yes. Can I message you or do I have to add you? Here is the... Oh, you can send it, but I will add you still. Yes, I add the Munch. I had the munch. Yeah, that's the lyrics that I created for the song, for the music that Coffee created, and I sang it, and then I sent a copy of it to him. I think I have DMs open. Yeah. Yeah, I added you still though. So we're friends now. Yay! I'm friends with the munch. Okay, time for another one. Another Ariana Grande song. Been so long. I was a liar, I gave into the fire. I know I should have fought it, at least I'm being honest. Feel like a failure, cause I know that I failed you. I should have done you better, cause you don't want a liar. And I know, and I know, and I know she gives you everything, but boy, I couldn't give it to you. It's kinda slow. And I know, and I know, and I know that you got everything, but I got nothing here without you. So one last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. One more time, I promise after that I'll let you go. Baby, I don't care if you got her in your heart. All I really care is to wake up in my arms. One last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. I don't deserve it, I know I don't deserve it, but stay with me a minute, I swear I'll make it worth it. Can't you forgive me, at least just temporary? I know that this is my fault, I should have been more careful. And I know, and I know, and I know she gives you everything, but I gotta give it to you. And I know, and I know, and I know that you got everything, but I got nothing here without you, baby. So one last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. One more time, I promise after that I'll let you go. Baby, I don't care if you got her in your heart. All I really care is to wake up in my arms. One last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. I know I shouldn't fight it, at least I'm being honest. Just stay with me a minute, I swear I'll make it worth it. Cause I don't wanna be without you. So one last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. One more time, I promise after that I'll let you go. Baby, I don't care if you got her in your heart. All I really care is you wake up in my arms. One last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. One last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. All right, that's just in time for the ad break. Oh my god. We made it. We made it. We made it before the ad break. I will wait for everyone. I will wait for y'all. I will wait for y'all. I don't think I can keep going, Auntie. It's okay, Zoinks. Yeah, please do go get sleep. Go get sleep. You don't have to stay long if you are sleepy. That is perfectly okay. Yes? She was flexing with some of them high notes. What do you mean, Mudge? What do you mean? Yeah, it's kind of hard. Ariana Grande is a high-noted singer. Of course, it's gonna be hard. The singing peak. It's hard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wait for everyone. Where's my thing? Let me put on the advert thing. It will be my ASMR. Okay, yeah, no worries. I'll be your lullaby for tonight, Zoinks. Feel free to sleep well and get some good sleep. Yes. All the good sleep. Yes. Yes, I will wait for everyone. And then we're gonna be back singing. One last time, I need to be the one that takes you home. What are we doing tomorrow before I eat? I have no idea. I don't have a collab, but I might do Battlefield and Helldivers. Or No More Room in Hell. It depends. It depends. I believe I don't have any collab tomorrow. I believe so. I believe so. I don't think I have a collab. If I do have a collab, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay with having a collab anytime tomorrow. Probably Coffee might ask me for that Wild Assault game. Because he gifted it to me earlier. That stinky Coffee gifted me another game. That I told him not to spend money. The stinker. Yeah, but please do sleep well. Sleep well, Zoinks. Thank you for hanging out and chilling and the applauses. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for yapping with this auntie. Big appreciate. Yes, EP time. Have a good EP. Welcome back, Fizzy. How was work? How was work for the Fizz? He's back, but with ads. Just kidding. Work good. Oh, that's nice. Are you done already for today? Are you done already? I missed the basketball game. What? You play basketball? Wait, Fizzy, how tall are you? How tall are you, huh? Short shift today? I see. I see. 6. Oh, it makes sense, yeah. No wonder you like a basketball. Because you're tall. You're fucking tall. Oh, you watch? Okay. I thought you play basketball. And I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. You're 6'1". You're tall as fuck. The playoffs are happening. What's your team? Are you a Lakers fan? Are you a what else? Yes. Raptors? Oh, Raptors are good too. Yeah. I forgot where the Boston one. Yeah. Was it Rockets? Boston Rockets. I forgot the name. Yeah, but the Boston one. Yeah. I was watching that before. In here in the Philippines, basketball is a thing. Basketball is a big thing here. A big sport. Game 7 winner go home Thunder versus Spurs. Ooh, Thunder versus Spurs. Oh my god. Oh, it was Houston, not Boston. Celtics was Boston. Oh, okay. It was Celtics. I miss. Yes, I swapped it. I'm sorry. But in here, did you know that? No, like, oh wait, the ads are done. Welcome back from the ads. In here in the Philippines, we even make a bet. We even make a bet on which team will win in every game, which team will win in every game, and we also do a bet, like an illegal betting for the scoring, like what will be the ending number, or yeah, the ending number of the game of the winning team. And it's fucking funny because Filipinos like to bet on that shit, and they bet on their teams, especially when it's like semifinals, or yeah, semifinals onwards. They are like locked in. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, this team's gonna win. This team's gonna team. I bet like probably $50 on this or stuff. Yeah. You know more than I expected. I know it's popular, but I didn't expect you to know. Yeah, like I like it's part of like our curriculum here in the education field, and also like the culture as well. And because of the culture, like there's a lot of like Filipinos watching and playing basketball here. It's like the one of the staple sports here. We even have a local league here. We call it PBA, Philippine Basketball Association, which hosts local teams of basketball. And we even have collegiate basketball leagues as well. Yeah. And Filipinos are like very into it. Yeah. Finals are gonna be cinema. Yeah, of course. When it's the finals, bro, everyone's roasting each other. Everyone is roasting each other. My uncles and my cousins, they're gonna be like, oh, for sure this team's gonna win because this team has this person and stuff. The one that I remember, I'm not updated anymore, but I know Stephen Curry. I know I know Shaq, of course. I know all the websites to watch for free. You want to watch the finals when it starts? I'm okay with that, yeah. I mean, it's, I don't even need to, honestly, I don't even need to watch the website in a website, because there's a local television here that streams it for free in the local field. Yeah. That's how big basketball is here. There's a sports channel here that streams. Yeah, they stream it locally. So I don't even need to watch like from a website. But maybe I could go for a website because it's more updated compared to the local television. Because local television has commercials and stuff, so they delay it a bit more compared to what's happening live feed in the websites, I guess. You got sports channels here. Just watch from a website, so we can watch from a PC. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could have a watch party when the final goes out, yeah? Yeah. And it gets heated up, especially if like the scores are like, if the scores of the teams are like tied and stuff. And then, like, for example, the next part is the home court of the other team. They're gonna be like, oh shit, they're gonna win, and this stuff. Yeah, it gets heated. Oh boy. Yeah. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm not updated with who are the best basketball players now. Like, some of the players that I know from the industry is like retired already or is like on a different field now. I don't even know if Stephen Curry is still playing. Stephen Curry, yeah. I'm a big guy, yeah. Of Curry, yeah. Oh, Curry's the what? Yeah, of course, yeah. But I'm sure there's like new ones out there. Oh yeah, I heard. Was it Hart? Hart with a T, Hart or Harden. I forgot the name. I forgot the name. Yeah, there's another basketball player with that. I forgot the name. Yeah, the whole name. James Harden. Yeah, Harden. Yeah. It was James Harden. I forgot it was Hart or Harden. Well, yeah. I've heard of him. I heard of him. Yeah, I heard that he's also a good player, like one of the ace players and stuff. Yeah. Always get embarrassed. Yeah. There's like a lot of clips of him that I see. Yeah, Harden. Yeah. He was. Oh. Yeah, I heard like he had something happen. Yeah, a little washed now, but still good. Well, of course, I mean he's on the industry for like a long time already, right? Of course, the younger ones will like overpower him or something because youth, bruh, duh, like crazy, right? And also, I'm sure like they're in like steroids or something. Maybe I don't know. He's like 36-year-old flipper. I know, right? And he's still there. It's crazy. Usually they retire before they even go at that age. But I guess they need the money. Usually those retired basketball players either go for being a coach or stuff. Yeah. Because they've been like good before, they've already earned a name in the field. So when they apply for being a coach, a sports coach or basketball coach for a certain college or a certain school or a certain team, of course they're gonna get accepted or something, right? LeBron has been in the NBA longer than I've been alive. He has a kid in the NBA. Wait, really? His kid is already in the NBA now? That is crazy. And is LeBron still playing? Well, yeah, LeBron James. Yeah. LeBron is like one of the classics right now. Like, I know him as a child as well. I've known him for quite some time already. LeBron, yeah. But he's, yeah, very old already. LeBron still plays. We don't know if he will come back next season. He's so fucking old already. Why is he still playing? Bruh. Well, I mean, he's already made a name for himself, bruh. Because he can? Well, I mean, if he's still very fit and can still game, well, why not, right? But I'm sure he's gonna have like aching ankles or like broken back immediately. He's gonna have like an aching back. Bro will catch loves from his kids. Wait, did really? Oh my god. That's so funny. He's gonna be like, thanks, son. Crazy. But he can't do a fast pass anymore. He can't do that anymore. He also threw a lob. Oh, that's nice. Crazy. That is crazy, man. Let's definitely watch in the future, yeah. Did the season just started? I don't know when it usually starts. I just hear it from like my cousins and my uncles, and then they're gonna be like debating like who's gonna win, why they're gonna win, what's the scoring they wanna go for and stuff. Yeah. Wemby is the new blood in the NBA. Oh, that's a new name. Season about to end. Wait, are they in the semis? Starts in late September. Ooh, is it the finals already or semis? Semis just ended today. Who's it gonna fight then? Who's gonna fight in the finals? Who are we gonna be pitting against? Yeah. Spurs versus Knicks? Oh my god. Fuck, man. Man. I mean, New York Knicks. It's okay. 7-5? God damn! That is a fucking tower, man. That is a fucking tower, and he's young as fuck. He made the playoffs for the first time this year. Damn. And he's fucking young, man. That's crazy. And he's on the Spurs? Oh, I'm sure Knicks has something to do something for that, right? I mean, they won't be in the finals if they aren't good. So there's probably something right there, yeah. Someone in their roster that could like match with Wemby. He's the player in the world, arguably. I see. So are you saying that Spurs will win like landslide? Like no wins for the Knicks when they're in their home court? That's like bruh, that's kind of hard to say. Spurs will win in 6. We'll see. Imagine a watch party. A basketball watch party. I don't like, do we have other people in the server that knows or likes basketball? I might be able to like call upon like my uncles and cousins though. I think New York had a good enough office to win 2. To win 2? Only 2? Crazy. We'll see. You know, at this moments in time, like my uncles and cousins usually talk about like, oh, if this star player, there is probably gonna be like, there's a chance that they might get controlled by the mafia, like they might like sabotage or something. He might sabotage the game because of like threatening and stuff, because the mafia like favors the other team and stuff. So I believe that happened before. And like, I believe, was it Michael Jordan? Yeah. And then like the Filipino, the mad Filipino basketball fans here like creating all these rumors and silly stories of like, oh yeah, he threw the game and stuff. That's a possibility though. Yeah, it happens in here as well. It happens. In other sports as well, it happens. There's nowhere. You should see people in New York during the playoffs. Oh my god. They go wild. I see. Well, I'm sure they're gonna be proud. Of course, they're gonna be in the finals. They're gonna be wild for that. Yeah, that's expected. Oh my burp. I am so sorry. Oh, that's another burp. I've been yapping for so long. New York is gonna be in Wasteland after this. Yeah, that's a possibility, honest. Oh my god, fucking hiccup. There's a possibility, yeah. Oh my god, I hate my hiccups. Fuck. They're gonna move the Statue of Liberty and Nick's fans will find a way. No! That's crazy. Moving it just because they want to is crazy. Alright. Time to sing the next song. I've been yapping for quite some time. Haven't been singing. It's supposed to be a singing stream. Okay, let's sing a My Chemical Romance song. Well, if you wanted honesty, that's all you had to say. I never want to let you down or have you go. It's better off this way for all the dirty looks, the photographs your boyfriend took. Remember when you broke your foot from jumping out the second floor? I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. You wear me out. What will it take to show you that that's not the life it seems? I told you time and time again, you sing the words and don't know what it means to be a joke and look a photo not without a hook. I held you close as we both shook for the last time. Take a good hard look. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. You wear me out. Forget about the dirty looks, the photographs your boy then took. Who never read me like a book, but the pages are all torn and frayed. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay now. But you really needed to listen to me, because I'm telling you the truth. I mean it. I'm okay. Trust me. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. Well, I'm not okay. I'm not fucking okay. I'm not okay. Yeah. A good one, a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. Yes. And we're gonna sing another one. You know what? We're gonna sing a meme. We're gonna sing a meme. An emo meme. We're gonna sing an emo meme. Think about tonight's when we're not fighting. Could it be that we have been this way before? I know you don't think that I am trying. I know you're wearing thin down to the core. Get good. But hold your breath, because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you over again. Oh don't make me change my mind, or I won't live to see another day. I swear it's true. You's a girl like you's impossible to find. You're impossible to find. Yeah. It's an emo meme. This is not what I intended. I always swore to you I'd never fall apart. You always thought that I was stronger. I made a fail, but I have loved you from the start. Oh, but hold your breath, because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you over again. Oh, make me change my mind, that I won't live to see another day. I swear it's true, because a girl is impossible to find. It's impossible, so breathe in so deep. Take your fizz. Now I'm yours to keep. Hold on to your words, 'cause talk is cheap. And remember me tonight when you're asleep, 'cause tonight will be the night that I will fall for you over again. Oh, make me change my mind, or I won't live to see another day. I swear it's true, because a girl like you is impossible to find. Tonight will be the night that I will fall for you over again. Don't make me change my mind. I don't need to see another day. I swear it's true, because a girl like you is impossible to find. You're impossible to find. Yay! Okay, we will just sing and sing and sing. Almost home. Be safe, Fizz. I thought you were already home when you were messaging, so I'm sorry. Be safe, be safe. Have a safe drive. Hmm. Mhm. I hope. Fuck you! Why does it have a? I thought it's what? What? Crazy. What the fuck is that copy? Okay, we're gonna find a better copy. La 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 la. A hopeless romantic all my life, surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I found a lover that could help me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical of love, but I wanted more, more, more. I gave a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. I look for his arrows every day. I guess he got lost or flew away. Waiting around is a waste. Been counting the days since November. His loving is good as they say. Now I'm so lonely. Oh, I wish I'd found a lover that could help me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical of love. But I still wanted more and more and more. I gave a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. Na 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 na. Cupid is so dumb. Hopeless girl is seeking someone who will share this feeling. I'm a fool for love, a fool for love. I gave a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. I gave a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. Yeah, I really like that song. Cupid is such a fun song to sing. I mean, okay, let me take a little break. I'm also getting hungry. Shit, what time is it? Oh shit, it's 1 already? God damn. Okay. Let's have 5 last song and then we're gonna end stream, yeah? Yeah? Is that a good one? Is that a good one? Yeah, 5 songs. 5 songs. Okay. What's a good one? Huh? Is this the one that I know? No, it's not. Hmm. Do I know this? No, I don't know it. Okay, let's do a Paramore song. When I was younger, I saw my daddy cry and curse at the wind. He broke his own heart and I watched as he tried to reassemble it. And my mama swore that she would never let herself forget. And that is a day that I promised I'd never sing of love if it just not exist. But darling, you are the only exception. You are only exception. You are only exception. You are only exception. I know somewhere deep in my soul the love never lasts. We've got to find out ways to make it alone and keep a straight face. And I've always lived like this, keeping it comfortable. Distance. Up until now, I swore to myself that I'm content with loneliness. 'Cause none of it's whatever worth the risk, but you are the only exception. 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 You're early? Yeah, you're early for the end of stream. Welcome back. Hi, Bill. I got a tight grip on reality, but I can't let go of what's in front of me here. I know you're leaving in the morning when you wake up. Leave me with some kind of proof it's not a dream. Oh, you are only exception. You are the 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 only exception. And I'm on my way to believing. Oh, and I'm on my way to believing. Yeah! Kirby! No! Kirby! No! Stop! Stop! Kirby! Welcome back. Hi, Shadow. For the question, your arm. Oh, you're gonna wet your arm first? Why? Why? On my end, it's my feet. I do it feet, then going up. When I go shower, the body part that I wet first is my feet. Yes. And why do you wet your arm first, Beef? Why? You check the water if it's too cold. Yeah, same. I use my feet instead to acclimate my body to the coldness of the water. Yeah. Things with Asian. We don't have heaters. I wash my body first. Damn, Shadow just going straight to the body, I guess. Go head to feet though. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's reasonable because if you wet your head, it's gonna go down to your feet anyway. But on my end, I usually go down from feet, then up the shower going up to my head. So that I don't shock my body into the sudden cold water. But who washes their feet? You don't wash your feet? Beef! That's disgusting! You're not washing your feet? Y'all don't have hot water? No. We don't have heater. We don't have a water heater. Most Filipinos don't have water heater in their households. Because, I mean, the weather here hot. But of course, water is bound to be cold than the weather because it's under, the pipes are under the ground and stuff. So they're not really hot. But unlike times like these, like right now, it's 1 p.m. in my end. Bro, if I turn on the faucet, that water is boiling hot. It's fucking hot. You're gonna burn yourself with the water from the pipes. No. Oh my god. I go torso, legs, feet, and hair. Torso is like, oh, the sides, okay. Legs, feet, and hair. Yeah, that's reasonable, actually. Yeah, the torso is okay. Yeah. that's a unusual way of like starting to shower though, yeah. Either arm or leg first. Gotta check the water temp first. Yeah, right. Me too. I go feet and legs and then goes up. Because I don't want to shock myself with the sudden cold or the sudden heat. The unmentionable stay unmentionable. I don't know if anyone jumps in. I know someone that jumps in suddenly, like just go in straight to the head, even with cold water. That is like, I don't know. There's even a meme out here in the Philippines that says, especially in January and February, where the climate here is the coldest for us, where they're gonna be like, there's a meme here that the person that scoops out water and pours it into her head directly, so the water goes to their body downwards on such a cold season, is a psychopath. There's a meme like that here. Fair enough, that gotta go last. Yeah, I have a friend that does that. And while they're pouring the water in their head, they're jumping. They're like cold, jumping. And I'm like, you look silly with that, right? And then she's like, yeah, but the jumping takes off the shock. And I'm like, what the fuck is that logic, bro? How cold does it get when it's super cold? In here, it's not too cold. I'd say it's around 18 degrees or 19 degrees, I guess. No. Maybe 20, 22, around those. That's very cold already for Filipinos, honestly. Last? Huh? Why would you wash that before your face, you know? That's what a bar of soap is for. I just don't tell my sisters I use first. Shadow, that's so fucking evil. Ew. Yuck. Ew. Shadow, I'm snitching to your sister. I am snitching to your bro, that's disgusting. If I'm your sister, I will be like, Mom, Shadow's at it again. So disgusting. Oh my god. When I was still living with my parents and like my brother, I fucking hated it because we shared the same soap as a family. And I fucking hate when I see like pubes in the soap, and I'm like, you don't even care rinsing the soap before you put it on the thing. Oh my god, phone, shush. I know, right? So I'm like, I had to pick up the soap, make it bubble, take off the fucking pubes. It's fucking disgusting. In which I know my brother was the last one who used the bathroom that time. So I'm like, disgusting. Fucking pubes, disgusting. Anyway. Y'all just got liquid soap in the bottle. Bro, liquid soap is not for Filipinos. That's like considered the rich type shit here. We use the regular bar of soap, bruh. For body in here? What? What? You use a body soap for your hair? Bro, that is... Huh? Is your hair okay? Is that why you're balding? Just kidding. Bro. I'm a bad sibling, not a monster. Bro, that is disgusting. Imagine your sisters not knowing that you're using their soap. Bro, they use it on their face. How dare you? Y'all don't know about 3-in-1? Bro, huh? I won't use a body soap into my head. I love my hair so much, bro. I love my hair. Bald Shadow. You got long hair. I see. Oh yeah, Shadow, you gotta give Zoink some tips on how to maintain long hair. 3-in-1, Child's Play. What about 9? What the fuck? What the fuck is a 9-in-1 fizzy? What does it? Huh? What does it include inside? Okay. What's the purpose of the 9-in-1? What's the 9 purposes of this type of soap? Huh? Eblain. You gotta Eblain, you know. Let me send you. Wait, it exists? I thought you're just joking, bro. What the fuck? Just gotta let it grow and not stress. God damn, that's crazy. I'm surprised your hair is not yet frizzy, Shadow. Hell yeah. Shampoo, body wash, and conditioner all in one liquid soap. Oh my god, ew, disgusting. You wouldn't understand. 1, you're a girl. 2, you use a bar soap. Well, fuck you, beef. Fuck you. I use 3 different soaps, okay? I use a body soap for my body. Okay, that's one. This one. I use a face cleanser for my face only. Okay. I use a shampoo separated with conditioner. I have 2 bottles of it. So 1 is shampoo and 1 is a conditioner for my hair. And I use a feminine wash down there, bro. That's how many soaps I got to clean myself, okay? How dare you, beef? How dare you? Said it's so good. What the fuck? Let me see that shit, bro. Let me see that shit. Shampoo, conditioner, body wash, soap, lotion, shaving cream, toothpaste, detergent, and motor oil. What? Are you saying you're using a motor oil in your body? What the fuck? And it's a detergent too and a toothpaste. So what the fuck is that? This is obviously not true. Like for real, bro. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Crazy. Oh my goodness. I don't have it. I wish I did though. I would buy it just to have it. Yeah, definitely. All men will be like, big savings, everything in one. Yeah. Of course, I'm gonna buy that shit, bro. You've seen 5-in-1? I believe that one is kind of doable, but not. Oh my god, I won't use that. I won't use anything that is like 2-in-1 or 3-in-1. 2-in-1 kind of reasonable. Like if it's a shampoo with a conditioner, shampoo and the conditioner in one, that's acceptable. But man, more than that, it's kind of no. I won't use the same soap from my body to my hair or to my face or to my down there. I won't. I will use the right product for it, bro. I love myself too much to do that manly type shit, man. Not yet with the 15-in-1s. 15-in-1? Are you shitting me? Oh, this is clearly AI edited, bro. This is AI edited. That edit is like, yeah, this one is AI made. That is AI made. That's not true. That's not true. Surprisingly enough, for having long hair, I have almost no knots. Oh, that's nice. You have a straight hair. Oh my god. I wish I have that too, man. My hair is wavy. Naturally wavy. I have shampoo and conditioner 2-in-1 and body wash. Yeah, that's kind of reasonable. Fizzy has a reasonable one. Like, yeah. That's what I got, yeah. That's not AI, but okay, Nachi. It's just fake. I know, but still, it's the art of that bottle is made with AI. I know AI when I see it. That design is kind of very, very familiar to me, and at this moment already. After seeing that kind of art style in like a lot of things here in the Philippines and in my work, bruh. My hair looks like a mess, but I've brushed and none. God damn! I wish my hair would be like that. If I brush my hair right now, it's gonna have like tangled ends. All right, Miss Barsop. Now, fuck you, baby. Fuck you. Prison soap. You what? What the fuck? Fizzy. The fuck? This dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. This people. I swear. Alright. I've been yapping again for so long. We gotta sing. I have 4 more songs to sing and then we're gonna end stream. I don't even gotta brush my hair after showering. You should just go back to normal with a few combs in my hand. God damn. I wish my hair do be like that. Even though I take care of my hair so much, it's still frizzy. And it tangles on my end. I'm like, fuck me, man. I hate my hair. It's too thick, and like the volume of my hair is for 3 people, by the way. That's how much volume my hair is. Too many hairs. Man. This sounds bad. Anyway, we're just gonna sing, you know. We're just gonna sing. I don't even gotta brush it. Oh, you better drop the soap. Shadow, no. A lot of hair, a lot of maintenance. I know, right? That's why I don't usually like abuse my hair, because of like the thickness of it. It's crazy. Volume too much. All right, let's do a little bit more singing. Next would be Die with a Smile from Bruno Mars and Lady Gaga. Yes. The thick ass air. I know. Okay. What the fuck? Hold on. Ew. I don't like that version. Hold on. Man. The fuck? Why is TikTok opening and I'm not even on TikTok, man? What? Bro, stop opening TikTok. The fuck? What? Huh? Bro, stop opening TikTok. This, oh my god, my BlueStacks is glitching. I don't know why it opens TikTok suddenly. I'm not even opening it. This motherfucker. Fuck. Bro, stop with the ads. Why does it have ads right now? The fuck? Is this the copy that I want? No, it's not. Oh my god. Are you shitting me? My BlueStacks is glitching like so bad right now. Every click. Fucking close that shit, man. Yeah. I have to reopen it. I have to restart the app, I guess. I guess more yapping? Yeah, a little bit more, yeah. Just freestyle. Fucking shut up. Man, I want to sing. It's goddamn, man, goddamn. BlueStacks hates me. Maybe? What do you mean, maybe? Hmm? You got bars like that. Bars. A little piece of heaven. Huh? 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 Alright. It reopened again. Should be able to.
Get glued.
I get glued. Okay, we finally found the right one. Fucking BlueStacks. Huh? Okay. No, are you shitting me? An ad starts when I'm about to sing? Are you fucking shitting me, bro? Why don't they want me to... Twitch doesn't want me to sing. This... Oh my god. Are you shitting me? Bro. Fine. I'm gonna take an ad break. Man, this sucks, bro. This sucks. I'm gonna go pee anyway. Okay, I'm gonna go pee while dad is going. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay. Take your time. Don't forget to hydrate, everyone, and go get your stretch as well. I'll be back after the ads. Okay, we will be back after the ads. And I'm thinking two is better than one. Okay, I shut up that shit. Welcome back. I'm back. I'm sorry it took some time. I got some food. I was so fucking hungry, man. I was so fucking hungry. I gotta eat something before, like, you know, gotta get something to eat. Okay. Are we ready for the song? Are we ready? Yes, I am back. He brought us all food too, right? Yes, of course. I got some good Filipino dinuguan. Yes, if you haven't heard that shit, yeah, that's it. Dinuguan. It's a dish made of pork blood. Yeah. Yes. Blood. Heh. Fitting for a vampire like me, yes. It's my favorite dish, yes. Anyway, time to sing. Time to sing. Time to sing. We're gonna sing. Oh shit, you don't know. Oh shit. Oh, you don't hear the music. No. Fuck. Hold on. That's Scuff. There you go. You can hear it now, but I gotta restart it now. Okay, I restarted. Okay. I just woke up from a dream, and you and I had to say goodbye, and I don't know what it all means, but since I survived, I realized wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow, so I'ma love you every night like it's the last night, like it's the last night. If the world was ending, I would have been next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through, I wanna hold you just for a while and die with a smile. If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. Ooh, lost in the words that we scream. I don't even wanna do this anymore, 'cause you already know what you mean to me, and our love's the only war worth fighting for. Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow, so I'ma love you every night like it's the last night, like it's the last night. If the world was ending, I would have been next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through, I wanna hold you just for a while and die with a smile. If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you, right next to you, next to you, right next to you. Oh. If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through, I'd wanna hold you just for a while and die with a smile. If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. If the world was ending, I wanna be next to you. Ooh, I wanna be next to you. Hey, I wanted to sing that, but damn, the ads told me like, no, no, bitch, you're getting food. But yeah. Let's go Disney this time. Let's go Disney. Earlier we went for Let It Go, for the Frozen movie, you know, let it go, let it go. What about this time we go for Moana? Yeah, right, Moana. How can I say except you're welcome? No, just kidding. Not that one. Oh my god, let me take a bite, please. I'm just so famished right now. I haven't eaten a decent meal yet so far. Yet so far. But I got a meal right now. I got my dinuguan. I'm happy. It's my favorite dish of all time. I love it. Yes. Me likey dinuguan. How do I spell that? It's dinuguan. Dinuguan. I'm gonna put it in chat. In English, it means bloodied. Bloodied. But it's a pork dish. Yeah. It's pork dish made with pork's blood and a bit of like pork meat. Yeah. It's a bit tangy because of the vinegar and the seasonings of it. It has it depends on like the cook, but I usually like it a bit more sour. A sweet and sour with a little bit hint of saltiness to it. Yeah, I like that type of dinuguan. But some cook does dinuguan with more of the sweeter hint instead of the sour hint. It's a type of stew. Yeah, it's a blood stew. Yeah. Yeah. And I like it with rice. It goes well with rice. And it's also we partner it with what we call puto. I'm not I'm not cursing. I'm not cursing. A puto is a curse in Spanish. But puto in Filipino is a food. It's a rice cake. And dinuguan goes well with puto, I swear. It's a good one. It's a good one. I swear. You're very aware of the puto? Yeah, probably because of coffee, huh? Coffee always mentions Filipino food to me. So, yeah. First time I heard of it, I was shocked. Yeah. I always mention it whenever I meet someone that speaks Spanish. I think also in Portuguese. I'm not sure. But every time I meet someone that speaks Spanish, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, have you tried a puto?" And they're like, "Why? Why would I? Huh? I won't do a prostitute or something." I'm like, "No, I meant the food, the rice cake, the puto." They're gonna be like, What the fuck? Did you call me? Yeah. And then I'm gonna be like, here, look at the picture. That is puto. In Filipino, we call this puto. It's rice cake. It's puto. We're not cursing at you. We're talking about food. Nachi called you a harlot. Go find him. No. Fuck you, Fizzy. Fuck you, Fizzy. No, but, oh my god. That startled me. Why would you do that? Oh, hi, Raiders. Hi, dog. Hi, dog. How are you today?
Follow and support Doc 777.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Doc startled me. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, Doc. Hello, everyone from Doc's stream. How was Grounded? How was the collab? How did it go? I was lurking, so I'm like, yeah. Now I gotta sing more because they read it to me. God damn it. I gotta sing more. It was super fun. Yeah, hell yeah. That's good. Kinda looked like a survival type of game to me. Did you win though? Did you win? Also, welcome everyone. Welcome from Dog Stream. I'm Nachi Kudanashe. I'm your vampire butterfly VTuber. I do variety stuff. Right now I'm doing a karaoke singing moments. Yes, today is a singing day. As I promised, at least every month we will be singing. So we're singing. But usually I play with Dog and friends. Like usually horror games, collabs with them. Playing No More Room in Hell or any zombie game or any type of game, honestly. As long as I play with my friends, I'm happy. And I do play a lot of like shooter games like Battlefield, Deep Rock Galactic, Helldivers, all those stuff. Yeah. I do occasionally do some storytelling games or cat finding games here and there as well. Earlier I did Slay the Princess. And I finally finished one whole round. I finally finished it for the first time, but I'm still lacking a lot, so I will be probably running it in the future. So yeah, that's how my day has been so far. So welcome. We're just chilling right now. I'm just yapping for a little bit before I go to the next song. So let me go back to chat. We made some progress in Grounded. Oh, nice. Okay, that's nice, Dog. I'm so happy for you. Thank you for that, buddy. Everyone from Dog's stream and Dog, if you need to go do your after stream care, please do. If you need to get snackies or if you get foodga or if you need to hydrate and stretch, please do so. And if you need to go to Eepers and get some good sleep, please do so. That is totally fine. And if you decide to stay with us, feel free to lurk. You don't have to chat. You can just chill with us, okay? Okay. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you again, Doc. Mwah. Thank you to the Hoist Band. The Doc Hoist Band. Should go Eepers. It's almost swim. Yeah, it's quite late for you. Yeah, you do need the Eepers. Especially tomorrow is a good day. Yeah. Good luck with tomorrow and have a good Eepers, Dog. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you, Hoist Band. Okay. As a tribute to the Raiders, yeah, I will go sing a little bit of song, yeah. But to keep up the great work you're doing, wonderful and proud. Thank you. Thank you, Hoisman. I'm proud of you too. I'm big proud of you. Big proud. Thank you for the reading. Mwah. You're also doing wonderful. Okay. We will sing a cutie song. We will sing a Disney song. We're gonna sail the seas with Moana with a song. But yeah, we'll see. Are we ready? Ready your ears. I've been Hold on. I drank water on the last second and I'm like sorry. Oh, by the way, for the chatters from Dogstream, I have a question of the day. What body part do you wet first when you shower? Feel free to answer that while I'm singing and then we'll discuss that afterwards. Okay, I go sing. I've been standing at the edge of the water long as I can remember, never really knowing why. I wish I could be the perfect daughter, but I come back to the water, no matter how hard I try. Every turn I take, every trail I track, every path I make, every road leads back to the place I know where I cannot go, where I long to be. See the line where the skies meet the sea, it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes. If the wind on my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know. If I go, there's just no telling how far I'll go. I know everybody on this island, everybody on this island, everything is by design. I know everybody on this island has a role on this island, so maybe I can roll with mine. I can lead with pride, I can make us strong. I'll be satisfied if I play along, but a voice inside sings a different song. What is wrong with me? See the light as it shines on the sea is blinding, but no one knows how deep it goes. It seems as it's calling out to me, so come find me and let me know what's beyond that line. Will I cross the line? See the line where the sky meets the sea. It calls me, and no one knows how far it goes. If the wind on my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know how far I'll go. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, that's a Disney song. Yes, Disney. Let's check. One second. Okay, let me drink a little bit. Oh. Oh my god, my For You is now full of Disney songs. Fuck. Let's have another Bruno Mars song, but this time it's livelier, yeah? Let's have fun with this one. Oh god, it's the wrong copy. No. How dare you? You hate me. Oh my god, it's all in that Amogoy. Okay, this one. Random game. Game start. Apatu. Apatu. Kissy face, send to your phone, but I'm trying to kiss your lips for real. Red hearts, that's what I'm on, yeah. Come give me something I could feel. Oh, don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the apatu. Apatu. It's whatever you like. Turn this up into a club. I'm talking drink, dance, smoke, free, party all night, yeah. Gumby, girl, what's up? Oh, don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the apatu. 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 Hey, so now you know the game. Are you ready? Cause I'm coming to get you. Get you. Hold on. I'm on my way. Yeah. I'm on my way. Hold on. I'm on my way. Yeah. I'm on my way. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the apatu. 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 Yeah, that was fun. I like apatu so much. Yes. It's Cosmic. Hi, Cosmic. How are you today? Why are you still awake? Isn't it like very late there already, Cosmic? Why are you still awake? Hello. I munched on Fuga because I'm hungry. But I will sing again. Hold on. Just let me put food in my tummy real quick. So yummy. I love dinuguan. Dinuguan so good. Dinuguan so nice. I love blood, man. Blood good for vampires. Yes. And Cosmic, do you know what's the best part of this dinuguan? Cosmic. You know what's good in this dinuguan? It's not normal pork part. It's lechon. It's lechon dinuguan. I know it. He's gonna react to it. It has lechon. Yes. It has lechon. It's a lechon dinuguan. Crispy. Yes. Gremlin has left. How dare you, Fizz? I was tempting Cosmic. Now see, he's tempted. Gimme! Come here. Come here and I give lechon dinuguan. Oh my god, so good! Okay, what's our next song? Thank you, Tucker, the headband. Thank you. Oh. Let's try this one. A 100 days have made me older since the last time that I saw your pretty face. 1,000 lives have made me colder, and I don't think I can look at this the same. But all the miles that separate disappear now, and I'm dreaming of your face. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, it's only you and me, yeah. The miles just keeps rolling as the people leave their way to say hello. I've heard this life is overrated, but I hope that it's a bit better as we go. Oh yeah. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, girl, it's only you and me. Everything I know, and anywhere I go, it gets hard, but it won't take away my love. And when the last one falls, When it's all said and done, it gets hard, but it won't take away my love. Oh, oh, oh. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, girl, it's only you and me. Yeah, thank you, Kazumi. Thank you. Oh my god, it's my favorite ice cream seller. I don't know if you hear it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Munch, if you tell Coffee about Selecta, the one that the seller has like this bicycle type shit where there's like a big box in front and has this repeating sound. Dun, 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 dun. That means it's an ice cream. And instead of ice cream truck, we have the ice cream bike. yeah, they manually like it's not like a motorized bike too. It's just a normal bike. They just like they just pedal the shit. And they have this like very obnoxious loud fucking thing that is ding 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 ding. And whenever I hear that, I'm like, fuck, it's my ice cream. And then when you go out, they left you already. They're on the fucking end of the street already. And even if you shout at them, they won't come back. You gotta run. When you hear that sound, you better start running and get your money immediately, or else you're gonna be left out. The ice cream man, he retired. Oh man, that sucks, man. Where do you get your ice creams now? Do you get like do you buy it from the like Walmart or something? Yeah. Or Target or Costco, whatever. We don't have those here. I believe the biggest shop that we have here is called Pure Gold. Pure Gold and SM Supermarkets and a little bit of Walmart here and there, but yeah, but we don't have the big Walmart. We have Walter Mart. From the store, but it's not the same. Meow. Lechon Market. Oh my god, imagine. Not the same as hearing the ice cream music and rushing to get money before the... I know, right? Oh my god. And the same thing goes here with the magpuputo. The one that sells puto. Yeah, I'm not cursing. By the way, I'm not cursing. I'm talking about the rice cake that is called puto here in the Philippines. Yeah. The guy that sells puto and also the one that sells taho. Taho is a soy milk type shit. I can't even wait. I remember there's a meme here in the Philippines that went out because like all those conyos in the BGC, we call them conyos, but they're like the rich kid's son that like tried to translate Filipino to English, but then they made it a bit more rich sounding. So they said like there's a soy, this what is it, a silken tofu with caramelized syrup and and small boba pearls. But in short term, it's taho. In Filipino terms, it's taho. And taho is just that. It's a soy milk that is like a tofu, tofu texture. Yeah, it's like a gelatin like tofu, but more pudding texture than a tofu, like a hard tofu. And it's like it jiggles and stuff, and we put caramel on it, like just sugar, you know. Just burnt sugar, not really burnt, but almost burnt sugar. Yeah. A syrup, a caramel syrup. We put a caramel syrup on it, and some little tapioca pearls. Yeah, that's it. And we call it taho. It jiggles, yes. And you drink it instead of eating it. You drink it. You just slurp it from the cup. Yeah, it jiggles. Yeah. It's taho. I believe. Oh my god, you should see it. Hold on. Me when oh my god, you guys, you should see what taho is. Oh my god. Yes. Wait, let me show you. Wait, how can I show it to you? Fuck me, man. Where is it? Okay. I have to create another. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Okay. No, not this one. This one. This one is taho. This one is don't check. Don't look at that. Don't look at my tabs. I know there's a lot of them, but please no. It's taho. This one is taho. Yeah, Filipino sweet tofu dessert. Yeah, it's a tofu, but I think of it as like more of a soy type shit, like this, bro, like this, like these. Oh my god, not that. Like these, bro, like these. Bro. If you see like a magtataho, okay, let me search that shit. This guy. If you see this guy. Oh my god, the fuck. Okay, if you see this guy. Yeah, this magtataho. This magtataho guy, yeah. If you see this guy, this person, bro, this guy is always yelling taho in a very, very loud way. And usually dogs react with this guy. He carries that heavy shit on his shoulder, by the way. There's a stick and then there's like two heavy things. Yeah. Is this the taho man that shows up at 3 a.m.? Probably, yeah. And they yell a lot, like taho, like that. They yell that most of the time. And if you fucking hear that, you gotta grab your mug at home. If you're outside and you're outside and like, for example, you're not at home or something, it's perfectly normal. They have plastic cups. But if you're at home and you want that home experience of eating taho, you gotta ready your mug. Cause you're gonna run that shit. You're gonna fucking run, man. You're gonna run like shit. Once you hear that, even though he's walking, he will leave you like type shit, bruh. He doesn't care. Even if you scream taho back at him, he will not stop. He will not stop. You have to stop him directly by touching him like taho. Then touch him on the shoulders or on the side because he doesn't hear you. He doesn't hear you because he's loud as fuck while he's shouting taho, taho, like that. And whenever someone a magtataho does that on the street, especially with houses with dogs, some dogs howl. Some dogs howl. It's fucking funny, man. Sometimes I hear like taho in my neighborhood right now. Whenever there's a magtataho, they walk by and they scream taho. My neighbor's dogs immediately goes, oh, I'm like, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Same with magpuputo. Magpuputo doesn't shout. They use a certain horn. The horn sounds like Gabi! Stop! I'm sharing the Filipino culture here. Hi Gabi, how was the stream? How was the coffee today? Oh, by the way, coffee! Am I allowed to share the song to Munch? Are you talking about the taho man selling taho at 2 a.m.? No, why no? Munch wanna hear it. Munch wants to hear the song. Okay, with magpuputo, wag magpuputo. Oh my god, there's no image of it. There you go. The magpuputo uses this horn. If you see that horn attached to the thing, because they do it like a magtataho as well, but instead of like one being longer, the magpuputo has like shorter what you call it, like that. Like the magpuputo has two short canisters, but they also carry it by a stick and they put it on their shoulder. But instead of them yelling taho and making it puto or something like that, no, they have this certain horn that sounds like I can't replicate it directly with my voice, but god damn. If you hear that, that means it's magpuputo. And magpuputo not just like sells only puto, it also has other rice based delicacies in his containers, and you can buy from him, and it's a good one. Yeah, the one I like buying from a magpuputo is what we call a kutsinta, and it's a brown type of wait, hold on, let me show you. Kutsinta. Yes, this one. Oh my god. And now I'm craving kutsinta. Fuck you guys. Where's a magpuputo when I need one? Fuck you guys. I want kutsinta now. I want kutsinta. And it goes well with it goes well with Yema. Yema is so Yema dip. Why am I torturing myself, bro? But yeah, we have a lot of sweet delicacies here in the Philippines, and this is one of the things that I like about it. Unfortunately, I won't be able to send this to other countries because it easily spoils. Bro, stop making me hungry. I know, I'm also getting hungry, bro. Hi, General. Good morning. I just want lechon. Me too. I want lechon, man. Man. Oh my god. Why are we talking about taho and puto in the first place? I don't know why. How did we end up here? Oh yeah, coffee. You know the Selecta guy. You know the ice cream guy.
It's time to hydrate with
The
some Kirkland Signature Purified Water using code NDMU.
Andy Moo. This one. You're gonna see this. This one coming. You're gonna see this shit. Oh no, it's so fucking blurred, man. What about this one? Yeah. This guy. This is the one I heard just earlier. This is the one I heard just earlier that went by the my street, and I heard it. I'm like, oh no, it's my favorite ice cream. It's my favorite ice cream guy, and then it has this sound like ding 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 ding. And they just pedal that shit, bro. They just pedal that shit. They sell ice cream on that little thing. And when you hear that, you gotta run. You gotta fucking run, man. Go get your money immediately, your wallet, and run the fuck out while yelling ice cream. Or else he's gonna leave you. He's gonna leave the shit out of you. He doesn't care. He will not stop until you tap him like ice cream. Anyway. Let me take a bite of my food. Oh my god, it's getting cold. God damn. It was hot earlier. It was warm earlier. Now it's fucking cold, man. Wait. Let me take a bite of my dinuguan, man. So good. Oh my god. And then after that, we're gonna sing again, okay? Oh my god, this is so good. What the fuck is the manner if it's good, right? They're gonna be like, swallow your food first before yapping. And I'll be like, fuck that shit, man. This food is so good, I want to yap still. I was gonna go to bed, but the yaps. Fizz, if you need to go to sleep, it's okay. You want me to sing a lullaby for you to sleep, Hafiz? What? I could sing, yeah. I could sing. Do you wanna build a snowman? Come out here and yap. You don't have to sleep right now. It's evening and it's a weekend too. Come and yap with me. I'm sorry. Just kidding. Sure, why not? Okay, I will sing. I'll sing something. Okay, I'll sing something mellow for Fizzy, okay? What's a good something mellow, yeah? We should do a very mellow song for Fizzy, right? Should be a very, very mellow song. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I suddenly went out. Gluten nonsense away. I agree with you, Coffee. I agree with you.
Bruh.
Bruh. What the fuck? There's ads? No! Are you serious? Serious? No, Fizz. Twitch doesn't want me to sing. They want me to go for the ad. Oh, fuck this shit, man. Wait, there's Cry for Me already on this app? Wait. Oh! We're stumbling to catch our gaze, crumbling under the pressure. Don't you just love obsession? Your struggle brings my pleasure. Stick your pleasure. I move you slowly. I can't do a Iron Mouse song. She has a very high noted pitch. I'm very mellow. Yeah, I know. It's midnight and I'm gonna drive 30 minutes to get a coffee. The fuck? Can't you just like DoorDash it or something? The song everyone hated for no reason randomly. Wait, really? I liked it though. I want you crying for me, and when you, I want you wow 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 wow. Oh my god, even Chippy Chippy Chapa Chapa is here. Yeah. Chippy Chippy Chapa Chapa Toopy Toopy Tapa Tapa Machikomi Toopy Toopy Toom Bum Bum Bum. No, I live too far for any food delivery service. God damn, do you live in the mountains? God damn, Coffee. Okay. We have to sing for Fizz when the ads are done. Yeah, some time ago people were hating on this song so much. Really? I didn't know. I was so proud of Iron Mouse when she sang it for the awards though. For the awards. What if you sang Tequila but in Tagalog? Tequila. 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 Back from the ads. Welcome back. I can't believe they hate Iron Mouse's song. God damn. It's a good song though. I like it. Ready. I will sing after the ads. There's still 1 hour. There's still 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yeah. We'll wait for everyone and then we'll sing. So we can lull Fizzy to sleep. Yeah, we will be singing a lot. But swap tequila with something Filipino like tap. What the fuck is a tapoy? What? We could do like not instead of tequila, we will be using lambanog. Lambanog. Or gin. Gin. Emperador. MP lights. San Migbir. Most of Iron Mouse's songs are great. I know, right? I like her other songs too. If I could sing it, I will sing it. But goddamn, her voice is too high pitched. I cannot. Instead of tequila, make it pansit. No.
Get glued.
I get glued. Okay, time to sing for Fizzy. Fizzy, ready your ears. It's a very mellow song. I say. I tell you. It's a very mellow song. It's a yes. You're not a voice, you're just a ringing in my ear. And if I heard you, which I don't, I'm spoken for a fear. Everyone I've ever loved is here within these walls. I'm sorry, secret siren, but I'm blacking out your calls. I've had my adventure, I know you need something new. I'm afraid of what I'm risking if I follow you into the unknown. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. Oh, what do you want? Yeah. Cause you've been keeping me by ear. Are you here to distract me so I can make a big mistake? Or are you someone out there who's a little bit like me, who knows deep down I'm not where I'm meant to be? Every day's a little harder as I feel my power grow. Don't you know there's part of me that longs to go into the unknown, into the unknown, into the unknown. Oh, are you out there? Do you know me? Can you feel me? Can you show me? Where are you going? Don't leave me alone. How do I follow you into the unknown? Oh my god. That was crazy. That was crazy. Hello. And hello. Hi, Cloudman. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I hope you heard me sing. And I turned to Elsa for a little bit. No, just kidding. Yeah. Can you do the Bohemian Rhapsody? Oh my god, sure, of course. It's been so long since I sang that song. Ready. Don't Don't judge me. I sometimes cannot. I'm bad with fast lyrics, so please don't expect too much of me, okay? Is this a real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. Why is it so fucking slow? I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy because I'm easy come, easy go. Little high, little. But it's so fucking slow. I hate this. I hate this. Hold on. Hold on. Yes, give me some time. Let me find the right one. Oh wait, it immediately goes there? No, I don't want it like that. I want it to start like from the start. Wait, this is the premium one, right? Is this the premium one? If it's the premium one, it's not gonna last 1 minute, I believe. No. Let's find a better one. Hold on. It immediately goes there. I wanted like the full one. Okay, I guess this one is okay. Is this a real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy, I need no sympathy, 'cause I'm easy come, easy go, little high, little low, anywhere the wind blows doesn't really matter to me, Mama has just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life has just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, 'cause nothing really matters. Dun, 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 dun. Too late, my time has come. Sends shivers down my spine, body's aching all the time. Goodbye, everybody, I've got to go. Gonna leave you all behind and face the truth. Mama, I don't wanna die. I sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. I like, oh my god. Oh, sorry if I fumbled this part. I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? Thunder and lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo, Figaro, Magnifico. I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. Just a poor boy from a poor family, sparing his life from this monstrosity. Easy come, easy go, will you let me go? Bismillah, no, we will let you go, let him go. Bismillah, we'll not let you go, let him go. Bismillah, we'll not let you go, let me go, will you not let you, let me go, will you? Oh, let me go. No, Mamma mia, let me go. Beelzebub has a devil put aside for me. I can't. I tried. I love the song though. Stop me and spit in my eye. So you think you can love me and leave me to die? Oh, baby, can't do this to me, baby. Just gotta get out, just gotta get right out of here. Nothing really matters. Anyone can see. Nothing really matters. Nothing really matters to me. That's Bohemian Rhapsody. I hope I gave it justice. It's a very hard song, I know. I probably botched it a little here and there, yeah. But I had fun singing it, yeah. Thank you for requesting that, Cloudman. Thank you, and welcome to the stream, yeah. Alright. I believe I really need... Man, I will end the stream in 15 minutes, I swear. I will end the stream. I will end the stream in 15 minutes, yeah. I've been live for like 8 hours and a half already, yeah. Oh, you're going? Damn, I'm about to sing a little bit more though. But yeah, I mean, good night, I guess. Thank you. Welcome. Let's go. What bedtime? Bedtime in 15 minutes, yeah. Honestly, I'm not really going to bed, but I have to go outside and buy some eggs and some groceries, and I have to withdraw some money. That's why I have to end stream. And also, I don't want Snibble to like... I don't want Snibble to like see me still awake. He's gonna be like, Shazzy, I will check you. Why you no sleep? Yeah, he will be like that. So I'm like, nah. Nah, Kirby, stop, Kirby. No one sees that. No one sees that. Yeah, no one saw that. Yeah, no one saw that. Go to bed. No. I have to buy eggs and groceries. I'm not sleepy, honestly. I've been awake for like 10 hours for now. Yeah, only for 10 hours yet. Yeah, because I woke up at like 5 a.m. my time, and I streamed at 6 a.m. So I've been awake for like almost 10 hours, I guess. Yeah. Your eggs expired the fridge? No? No? But it's almost out. I mean, I only have 4 pieces remaining, so I have to stock up, man. I have to stock up. I have to stock up eggs. And I also have to buy some more like condiments and stuff that I am missing in the kitchen and in the house. So yeah. I will be going out to buy those stuff. Yeah. After the stream, of course. Yeah. Oh my god. Let's do last 2 songs, I guess. Oh my god. Oh, I want to sing this one. Okay. No. God damn it. Okay. Damn, no one's at home? Okay, we'll sing this one. We'll sing this one. I try to hide, something broke. Try to sing, couldn't hit the notes. The words kept catching in my throat. I try to smile, I was suffocating though. But here with you, I can finally breathe. You say you're no good, but you're good for me. I've been hoping to change, now I know we can change. But I won't if you're not by my side. Why does it feel right every time I let you in? Why does it feel like I can't tell you anything? All the secrets that keep me in chains and all the damage that might make me dangerous. You got a dark side, yes, you're not the only one. What if we both try fighting what we're running from? We can fix it if we never face it. What if we find a way to escape it? We could be free. We can fix it if we never face it. Let the past be the past till it's weightless. Oh, time goes by and I lose perspective. Your hope only hurts, so why just forget it? But you're breaking through all the dark me when I thought about Biggie. And you're waking up these parts of me that I thought were bird fucking. Between imposter and this monster island lost inside my head. Ain't no choice when all these voices keep me pointing towards no end. It was easy when I'm with you, no one see me the way you do. I don't trust it, but I want to. I keep coming back to why does it feel right every time I let you win? Why does it feel like I can tell you anything? Fix it if we never face it. What if we find a way to escape it? We could be free. We can fix it if we never face it. Let the past be the past till it's weightless. Oh, don't take my what if we was broken? I try to hide, but something broke. I couldn't sing, but you gave me hope. We can't fix it if we never face it. Let the past be the past till it's weightless. Oh my god. No! You summoned him, Shadow! Shadow, did you wake him up? Did you snitch? Did you snitch, Shadow? Hi, Shatsi. Hello. 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 How was Ipa? How was Ipa? How was Ipa? How was you? Thank you, thank you. Mwah. I was earlier I was talking about you. I was like, I gotta end stream before he wakes up or else he will shake me and yell and then say like, why you no eep? And then I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oyo. 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 And also, I haven't eaten yet, and I've only been eating like right now, bit by bit, because I've been singing for like, I don't know how long already. I've been singing, I think 4 hours, 5 hours, I don't know. I'm having fun yapping and singing and no, I got shaken. I knew it. No, Shadow, it's your fault. It's your fault. I will glue you, Shadow. Shadow, it's your fault. I blame Shadow for this. I blame Shadow for this. No, not Rose. No, not the plant wolf. No. No, run. It's about I'm sorry. But I was having fun singing. I also have a question of the day. If you if you want to answer the question of the day. Thank you. I love you. I have a question of the day. The what body part you wet first when you shower? Yes. I asked that to everyone and they have different thoughts about it. So it's like a good question. Yeah. Yes. On my end, I always say, I always wet my feet first and then going upwards because we don't have heater here in the Philippines. Filipinos don't have heaters in their bathroom most of the time. Yeah. So we always try to test the waters first. And on my end, I always try to acclimate my body first to the temperature of the water. And it's usually cold, yeah. So yeah. Okay. I'm about to end stream soon though because I have to go outside and get some money and buy some egu and oh my burp. I'm sorry. And I also have to finish eating my food right now. And I want some chatsy time, you know. And on the I just want like, you know, yeah. I got here just for the burp. What? Hi Adu. It's been so long. How are you? Hi Adu. Hello. How is Adu today? You're late though, but it's okay. Anything is okay. If you went here, it's okay. Yes, I'm happy that you went and checked on me. Yes, it's a very good. Yes. Okay, we're gonna sing like one more song and then we're gonna end stream. Yes. Was a good song. Was a good ending song. Hmm. Okay, this one, I guess. This is a good song, I guess. Just woke up, glad to be able to catch that. Ah, thank you, Aru. Yeah, you're able to catch up at least one song. I've been singing for 5 hours already, though. Okay, let's start the song. I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. The special things I compile, each one that make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you'll bring me along to the world you see. To the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make. drink up, bitch. You better drink up, bitch. Why? Thank you, Haru. Aw, wish you would have like joined earlier, but it's okay. There's gonna be more streaming, singing streams in the future. Yes, there's gonna be more. I plan to do this every month. Yes. So I hope you'll be there whenever I do singing streams. Yeah, it's gonna be very, very fun and very, very lively and stuff. Yeah. It's Nibble, yes. That is right, Cosmic. He just woke up. Alright. One last call. Me when I still want to sing, but I gotta end stream, god damn it. Shatsi, do you think I should give them one more song? or am I being a gamer here that's always saying one more, just one more? No, Golden. He cries immediately. Shatsi, do you think I should give them one more song? One more song? Okay. You're lucky, Cosmic, you're lucky. Is it this one? Oh my god, it's fucking loud. Hold on. Yeah, I think this is a good one. From this moment, life has begun. From this moment, you are the one. Right beside you is where I belong. From this moment on, from this moment, I have been blessed. I live only for your happiness and for your love. I give my last breath. From this moment on, I give my hand to you with all my heart. I can't live to live my life with you. I can't wait to start. You and I will never be apart. My dreams came true because of you. From this moment, as long as I live, I will love you. I promise you this, there is nothing I wouldn't give. From this moment on, You're the reason I believe in love, and you're the answer to my prayers from up above. All we need is just the two of us. My dreams came true because of you. From this moment, as long as I live, I will love you. I promise you this, there is nothing I wouldn't give. From this moment, I will love you. As long as I live, from this moment on. Ooh. Thank you, Cosmic. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Alright. Does it? And then someone donates, and then I'ma be like, fuck that. I will cry. One more? Bro, I did the one more already. I did the one more already. You gotta ask Snibble for it if you want one more. Snibble decides. Snibble decides. Yeah. Alright, I gotta put down the microphone. I've been holding it for way too long, man. I will always say yes. This stream will never... No! Oh my god. Shotzi, one more? You want more? One more? You want one more? Oh my god. W Snibble. Cosmic is like, happy. Crazy. That is crazy. Oh, my burp. Okay, fine. I'm gonna sing one more because Shotzi said... Okay. What's a good song? Chippy chippy chappa chappa doopy doopy dabba dabba majikomi doomy doomy boom 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 boom. Chippy chippy chappa chappa doopy doopy dabba dabba majikomi doomy doomy boom 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 boom. Oh my god, it's Raker! Hello. Oh my god, people are coming in. People from Asia are coming in because they're like, bro, it's the afternoon. So I'm like, yeah. Cool. Okay. It's the afternoon. I know, it's the afternoon. Okay. We'll sing medley songs so that Fizzy can sleep well, yeah? Like very mellow songs, right? You know? Like very, 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 very mellow songs. Yeah. Like, yeah. Let's find a very medley song for Fizzy so he can sleep well. Yeah. Yes. This one I like a lot. It's a Filipino song, I think, but it's in English, don't worry, okay? There was a time in my life when I opened my eyes and there you were. You were more than a dream, I could reach out and touch you, girl, that was long ago. There are some things that I guess I'll never know. When you love someone, you gotta learn to let them go. When I dream about you, that's when everything's alright. You're in my arms, here next to me forever. When I dream about you, girl, you never go away. Just close my eyes, wait for my dreams, 'cause I still love loving you. Very medley song, right? Very mellow song, right, Fizz? Do you like it? How can I get you to see that I'm falling apart since you've been gone? I can never be sure I could ever let go. Your love is much too strong. There are some things that I guess I'll never know. When you love someone, you gotta learn to let them go. When I dream about you, that's when everything's alright. You're in my arms, here next to me forever. When I dream about you, boy, you never go away. Just close my eyes, wait for my dreams, 'cause I still love loving you. Oh my god, hi Addis mother. I hope you like my song. There are some things that I guess I'll never know. When you love someone, you gotta learn to let them go. When I dream about you, that's when everything's alright. You're in my arms, here next to me forever. When I dream about you, boy, you never go away. Just close my eyes. I like that song. Oh my god. It's a childhood song, but oh my god, I love that song. And then, another hydrate. What? What? Okay.
I don't want to have sex with you right now.
Oh my god. Yeah. All right. Oh my god. Why is my PC lagging? No. No. No, please. No. Oh my god. Why is it lagging? Fuck me, man. No lagging. No lagging. No, please. No. No lagging. Is it the one I know? Shatsi, can you sing this on the yes? Not sure if you know this, but when we first met, I got so nervous I couldn't speak. In that very moment, I found a one. Hold on. let me up the pitch a little bit. Let me check. Please. My life had found its missing piece. So as long as I live, I love you. Will have and hold you. You look so beautiful in white. And from now to my very last breath, this day I'll cherish. You look so beautiful in white tonight. What we have is timeless. My love is endless. And with this ring, I say to the world, you're my only reason. You're all that I believe in. With all my heart, I mean every word. So as long as I live, I love you. Will have and hold you. You look so beautiful in white. And from now to my very last breath, this day I'll cherish. You look so beautiful in white tonight. Whoa, you look so beautiful in white, yeah. Na 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 na, so beautiful in white tonight. And if a daughter's what our future holds, I hope she has your eyes, finds love like you and I did. Yeah, I wish she falls in love, we'll let her go. I'll walk her down the aisle. She looks so beautiful in white. You look so beautiful in white. So as long as I live, I love you. We'll have and hold you. You look so beautiful in white. And from now to my very last breath, this day I'll cherish. You look so beautiful in white tonight. La 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 la. So Thank you, Cosmic. I don't know how you time it that far. Like like it's so almost there. But thank you. Oh my god. All right, that's it, everyone. That's it. No more singing. No more. No more. Oh my god, no more. Oh, no more. Oh, no more. No more. Oh. Okay, let's have everyone from the US sleep so they don't stay up any more longer. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by today. By the way, if you haven't known yet, I have an upcoming debut on my birthday, and here's the model. If you don't know it yet, this is the model. Yes, this is the model. If you haven't seen it yet, this is the silhouette of the model. I will be debuting it on my birthday, which is on the June 27th of my time. So, we will see you. I hope we see you, and I hope I will see you on my birthday donathon. I will be hosting a donathon and also debut this model. Why does it look like a Christmas tree? Are you fucking with me right now, Cosmic? No lechon for you. Anyway, this model is very, very beautiful. Anyway, yeah, so that's the model for my 2.0. She's very beautiful. Yes, I also had arts created for her. New starting screen, new ending screen, new backgrounds, new stinger, new panels, everything, toggles. Will it have ball toggle? We'll see. It is very pretty. Snowball can approve of that. Yeah. And the arts are so good. It is so good, I tell you, everyone. And with that said, I will be also holding a donathon on that time. So I hope you'll be there. On my birthday celebration, we will be starting a donathon. And that donathon are the donations that will be done on that event will be going to pay for the the funds that I used for buying the PC and the rewiring of my home that happened last March that I had to take a loan for. But yeah, that's the purpose of it. Yeah, to pay my debts. Please make it a gift to me. Please. I just want myself to be debt free for my birthday. That's my birthday wish, to be free of debts. But yeah, True Form toggle might be. Yeah, we'll see if a ball toggle can be placed. Okay, no exclamation feet. No, Cosmic. No. Anyway. Thank you, everyone, for joining today. Let me see who we can raid to. Is the bat still streaming? The bat is still streaming. We could go for the bat. We will be raiding the bat. Yes, we will be raiding the bat. And he's a Delulu Horn Brown bat. Yes. He's playing Mecha Break right now. So give your regards to Bad for me. Yes. So we had fun today with Slay the Princess. We finally finished a first whole run of it. And now we just finished singing the singing part. So without further ado, let's raid out before the the ad starts. Dead Bad Asylum. Yeah, it was here a little time, but yeah, it's okay. Okay, we will be rating the Death Bat. What the fuck? Invalid username. Okay, fine, I'll do it on the browser. It doesn't want to let me read from the command. Crazy, man. Let me read out. Let me read out to my friend. Okay. We will raid Dobet. All right. Thank you everyone for the chill day today. Was fun, yeah. It was very, very fun. So, also, oh shit, raid out. Yeah, we do have a raid message. Please do use our raid message. I didn't sleep on y'all, but feel free to use that and copy that if you want to. For those sub and non-sub, you can use that. Yes, thank you again. Stay hydrated, everyone. And don't forget to eat, sleep, drink, and get some good rest this weekend, okay? Have a good night, and I will see you all tomorrow. Again, we're gonna play games and stuff. Yeah. So, thank you. I will see you all. I love you all, vampies. Bye. Bye.